Hey everyone, just going to do a bit of rebroadcasting of the congressional, or I should say the House voting for Speaker of the House. And they have started the 8th ballot. And so what we'll do is I'll pop that over. I'm joined by Mr. T today.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
And we're working with some backgrounds. We'll be working with placing Mr. T in the visitor's chair of the library of the study here. So, but in the meantime, we do have Mr. T back there. So, but do some explaining, excuse me, on what it is that's going on. Right now, Brian Mast is currently got the microphone. He's from the 21st District, Florida. And we've been playing with a lot of the audio systems here this morning, and I wanted to try and get the seventh vote, the seventh ballot. But without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring that over, and we'll turn on the audio. So thanks everybody for coming over.
It's not for that. My friend from Texas, my colleague, Mr. Roy, he and I, we've stood on this floor together, arguing on the same team about life and death issues for the United States of America, with so few people in here that you could hear an echo. That's sad. That's not living up to our friends.
That's right.
I've sat in classified briefings with the general from Pennsylvania.
Our representatives
minimally attended
are supposed to be in the House of Representatives
with issues
representing
that absolutely
us.
Matter
so
the
for the last 6 years,
within our
there's
borders
been
and our service members abroad.
No,
we can do better than that.
Representatives in the chambers.
But I would say to my friends,
there's been no amendments to
those
bills.
Issues that we
They've
deal
all
with like
been
that,
basically
that
processed through Rules Committee.
About. I've heard your
and
speeches,
proxy voting,
to them,
and
they can't be
not
fixed
doing what it is that
Andy.
we hire them
and they can't be
to do.
fixed by our friend Kevin or our friend Jim or our friend Byron. That comes from inside each and every one of us. To change what we prioritize, to change how we choose to spend our time, given this opportunity, this honor to serve in this place. My friend, Mr. Roy, has been very proud of the number of individuals that are in here, saying that this is how the process should play out. And I totally agree with him on that. But we don't control whether individuals in here are sitting on their cell phones, scrolling through whatever social media, or whether they're actually paying attention to the issues. The speaker can't change that. That's up to the individual. That's something that we have to look at each other and sharpen each other and make each other better.
You're here to do business.
This is an extremely important process that we're doing here. And
when we started this process months ago, behind closed doors, as leadership for the minority was being chosen behind closed doors, leadership for the majority was being talked about and debated and chosen behind closed doors, I said to my friend, Mr. McCarthy, I said, please don't look at us and see me as your friend or all of us as your friends. Don't look at us and see us as your colleagues.
He wants this so bad.
And see us as individuals.
But I do not
Speaker of the House.
Trust him.
Look at us.
He says he's earned it. And
that are looking
you don't earn it being an America First,
our friends, our neighbors,
saying that you're an America First rep,
and telling them,
and then you take money,
because that is what we are doing.
Over $2 million
I couldn't be more proud to stand here
from
today
FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, taking his U.S. flag off and putting a lapel pin of the Ukrainian flag,
I
and
vouch
then
for
wearing
my
a
community
kerchief of the Ukrainian
Kevin
flag,
will do as he was promised. He will give us the opportunity
and say
to
that you're
write the
representing
course. He will give us the opportunity to vote. He won't
you know,
control
that just doesn't
how
work.
every individual votes,
And
but he will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have smart energy policy
so I have
between the Atlantic and
issues
the Pacific
with
that makes sense
representatives
for
that are
Americans.
getting up there
To
like
make sure
Mr.
that
Mass,
he protects our border,
like Mr.
protects
Mass,
Americans,
and saying,
to make sure
this
that
is
we,
the guy,
we
this
don't
is the guy.
spend what we don't
Well,
have
guess
on a
what?
credit card, that we don't
This
spend
guy
wastefully. I'm vouching
is
for my
better
friend that he will
representing
give
the
us that
swamp
opportunity
than
to
he
make
is
sure
the
that we don't have
people of
endless
America.
terms here in the House of Representatives. I vouch that he will deliver that opportunity to us. I'm proud to
And I
stand before my country and
Just
say that
have a
Kevin
problem with the
McCarthy is
fact that he
different.
goes
He is
and says
different.
that
That is why, for those that I was
we're
speaking to earlier,
gonna
the
send
process
these billions
is
of
where it is
dollars
today.
to the Ukraine,
He's different. He's not.
which the Ukraine funneled
He's
it
not
back
Paul
through
Ryan.
cryptocurrency to
He's not going to
Sandbankman
tell
Fried
you
and
about go
FTX,
get a term limits bill.
who
and then
turns
he
around and
won't.
puts the money right back
He's
into
not Mitch
the
McConnell.
Democrat Party,
He
$40
fought against the
million
$1.7 trillion
back to the Democrats
wasteful
for their
spending
election,
package that was sent to
and
us
then
on New
puts
Year's
$2
Eve.
million
That's not
to the
him. He's
Republicans
different. He's not John Boehner.
to a
He
McCarthy
didn't throw
fund
you all that disagreed with him out on
for
your
Take
cans
Back
and say,
the
I don't want to
House,
hear from you. I don't want to listen to
talking
you.
out of both
He
sides of their
welcomed everybody
mouth.
in because he's different.
This is not what we
and if
want.
we give him
We need
chance to
change,
be our
and it
speaker,
starts with this
we will all
process.
be different.
So for
He will be
those like
different. This
Crenshaw
Congress will
saying
be
that these
different, and our
20
country will be different.
Republicans
And I
are
stand before
terrorists
you today and say, at the direction
needs to be
of the
challenged.
Republican conference, I advance the
We
name
need
of
to
Kevin
challenge
McCarthy
Crenshaw
very
and
proudly
or
as
Hannity.
the next speaker.
Hannity last night was an absolute ass. Now he's going to go down there and showboat. Now that was the right thing to say. Now,
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
all right,
I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
I'm going to mute this because, quite honestly, it's the same thing over and over again. But what we are seeing here is more swamp creature actions. That's all we're seeing here. But the process is needed. The process of electing a speaker is a constitutional right. And when Crenshaw is saying that they're terrorists for doing this, no, there is serious issues with what McCarthy has been doing in the last 4 years.
I'd say they're true Americans. So
Absolutely. I would say
that's
I
the
stand
way
with
I
those
see it.
20 Republicans, man. Those 20 Republicans, they've got it right. They're saying, look, McCarthy, you want to be speaker so bad you'd do anything to be speaker. And we're not going to allow it. We're going to stand our ground because we may be 20 now, but until, I liken it to a riot that occurs in a prison yard. In a prison yard, when a riot breaks out, they use what's called a less than lethal beanbag shot to go after these criminals that may be these murderers that are in there. They're like, okay, we're going to just go after the guards and this, that, and the other. And they are just full of it, man. They are just full of this anger until they get hit with a few beanbags. And when you hit them with the beanbags, they're like, it just takes the fight out of them. Well, what we're seeing here for the last 3 days is we're seeing McCarthy I want this speaker position. And with these 20 individuals, these 20 Republicans, they're shooting the beanbags at him. And each time, we've now had 7 failures to vote in. 7 ballots, 7 no's. Each time he's getting hit with that beanbag and he's getting black and blued. At some point in time, he's going to have to give this up and say, all right, here's what he should be doing. He should be saying, let's have a committee. Obviously, you guys don't want me. And even though there's 203 individuals over here that say they want me, obviously, I'm going to do what's right. And let's say, who do you want then? These 20 individuals don't want, for sure, do not want McCarthy. This makes me think that the other 202 individuals, 203 counting McCarthy, aren't seeing the bigger picture here, or they're corrupt. I'm going to bring them into question. Marjorie Taylor Greene is in there. Steve Scalise is in there. There's individuals that I've respected over their time in that are in there. But when you've got Democrats coming out and saying, you need to support McCarthy. You need to support McCarthy. Maxine Waters yesterday, she went up to the reporter from Veritas, Project Veritas, and said, you need to support McCarthy. When you get someone like Maxine Waters, a top Democrat from Los Angeles, saying that, red flags and ding, 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 ding alarms need to be going off in your head, saying, what is it that the Democrats see in this guy for speaker? They see the swamp. Let me bring it back over and let's listen.
I rise to place into nomination the name of my friend from Florida, Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
Okay, so Andy Biggs.
The gentleman is recognized.
This is going to be another one of those.
You know, we're coming off an election.
I'll mute out.
Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change from this administration that has inflicted so much pain economically. We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border. Tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years ago? An $11 trillion national debt. You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control not just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told this process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next Congress. I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh, is he here? But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I could tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago. It's 2 years ago, actually. We're going to restore America to energy independence. You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has how many thousands of earmarks in it? You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence. You start fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing jobs. You recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with more difficult economic circumstances are being squeezed by an economy that has this inflation that attacks energy. You bring your border back under control, and this side is going to bring that border security under control. We recognize it's a crisis. It's a crisis when in 2020, the Yuma sector had 9,000 encounters, not for a 5-day period, but for an entire fiscal year. Under this administration, with these policies, that 9,000 encounters is about a 5-day period in the Yuma sector today. You don't know what it's like unless you see that happening. We're on a suboptimal path. It has to change. And to make a change, it can be difficult. It can be short-term, uncomfortable. But when you move to the correct path, all of a sudden things ease up and you can start having success. The direction here,
I would love to be a
in my opinion,
mic on the wall for
is
that
to someone
conversation.
like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged. They know what's going on. He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe. I know it's hard for me to believe sometimes when I'm here and I have the great honor and privilege of serving with you. But you represent the cross-section of America, the great American experiment. The experience that you bring, the knowledge that you bring is unique. The road to recovery is through this body. I believe if you want to make change, you have to make change. Maintaining status quo is not an option today. I believe we've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution. It is time that we reassert ourselves and put America back on the road to recovery. And the person who I think is most capable and will do the most credible job to lead us back that way is my friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds, whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
All right, here we go. So while they're doing that, yeah,
Boulder, do you need to read what I put in walk chat? It seems ironic that Trump was speaking about going to war with the cartels. Evidently, Mexican police have captured Chapo's son.
Chapo Guzman. Okay, so we're starting the count now. This is number 8, ballot 8.
Jeffries.
And we're going to see the same thing. We're going to see
McCarthy.
individuals going McCarthy.
Aguilar.
This is a block. This is a block and tackle.
Alford.
The
McCarthy.
individuals that are going for McCarthy are going for McCarthy because McCarthy will not stand down.
Allen.
He believes that he's entitled to
Alred.
the speaker.
Jeffries.
Now, the Constitution
Amodei.
does not say
McCarthy.
that the speaker has to be a representative.
McCarthy.
In
Harrison.
fact, when I was
McCarthy.
in an executive in Silicon Valley,
Auchincloss.
I had to be very
Jeffries.
careful about promoting individuals who were
Babin.
damn good at what they did.
McCarthy.
They were really good at everything that they did, but the minute
Bacon.
that I would,
McCarthy.
if I didn't
Beard.
make sure that the individual could handle more,
Balderson.
a promotion
McCarthy.
would sink them.
Balance.
You take somebody who's a
Jeffries.
great technician, for instance, and you make them a
Banks.
manager in charge of
McCarthy.
a 5, 6, 10-person team, and their
Barr.
own job performance
McCarthy.
dies.
Bedagan.
They may be a good manager,
Jeffries.
but they can't be a good manager and a good
Bean of
technician
Florida.
at the same moment. So
McCarthy.
that was something I constantly had to monitor
Beatty.
when I was in Silicon Valley.
Beatty.
And so you see the same thing here. Jim Jordan would be my first choice. I know that he would be a
Jeffries.
fantastic Speaker of the House. But being a representative
Banks.
and working on
McCarthy.
committees
Barra.
would be
Jeffries.
hampered
Bergman.
by the job of being Speaker of the House.
McCarthy.
So it's almost like we
Byron.
really do need a Speaker of the House that's not a representative in
Vice.
the House.
McCarthy.
So in the 7th ballot,
Biggs. Donalds.
okay, so
Billeracus.
Donalds has the first one. Now,
McCarthy.
in the 7th, we saw that Matt
Bishop of
Gates
Georgia.
actually nominated
Jeffries.
Donald J. Trump for Speaker
Bishop
of the
of
House.
North Carolina.
It doesn't have to be Trump, but somebody that could be
Bishop of North
a
Carolina.
manager that
Blumenauer.
isn't bought
Jeffries.
and paid for by the big money, the donors, the
Lamar
FTXs, the
Jeffries.
George Soroses,
Bobert.
somebody that really has their own wealth and doesn't need to be
Remember, not of the freedom pocket, but for heaven, the unanimously elected chairman of the Republican Study Committee, a businessman from humble beginnings, a leader, a true consensus candidate that can deliver.
Hearn.
all right. So she just nominated Hearn from Oklahoma. This is what they will do. Between Gates, Boebert,
Jeffries.
Biggs,
Bast.
And we haven't seen Chip
McCarthy.
Roy in here as of yet, but Chip
Bowman.
Roy, what they're showing is they're not actually wanting one of these individuals to become Speaker of the House. What they're doing is they're showing anybody but McCarthy.
The House will be in order. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
So I said earlier, the beanbags, these are the less than lethal strikes to
Hearn.
McCarthy's chest to tell him, you do not have the votes, McCarthy. We may not know who we want for Speaker of the
Brown.
House, but a lot of that is because you will not
Jeffries.
stand down.
Browning.
You will not go to these
Jeffries.
203 representatives that are backing you and
Buchanan.
tell them, I'm
McCarthy.
done. I can be leader. I can be the majority
Buck.
leader like I have been for 4
McCarthy.
years. But we need to find a
John.
Speaker of the House. Let's pull out the hat. Let's start
McCarthy.
putting the names in the hat
Budzinski.
on who can be Speaker of the House and do a good
Jeffries.
job for
Burgess.
the United States. That individual would be
McCarthy.
third in succession for President of the United States.
Burgess.
This has a lot to do
McCarthy.
with what we see here and why McCarthy
Burleson.
won't step down. McCarthy doesn't want to step down because if they
Bush.
impeach Biden
Jeffries.
and they impeach
Calvert.
Harris,
McCarthy.
he becomes president.
Kamek.
So that's something to watch out for.
Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas.
I'll be back in a
Jeffries.
moment.
Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Sheriff McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds.
So what we're wanting to see is we're wanting to see McCarthy
Cohen.
say, I've had enough. So by what
Jeffries.
Gates, Boebert, and the 20
Oh.
representatives are doing is they're just saying, We're those guards, and we've got your less than lethal
Collins.
beanbags, and we're popping them. Boom, 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 boom. They don't know who they
Comer.
want for speaker. They just know they don't want him.
Connolly.
And the proper thing to do for our House
Correa.
of Representatives to reset it to what the
Jeffries.
people want,
Costa.
which is to get rid
Jeffries.
of the swamp. And the
Courtney.
swamp begins
Jeffries.
at the House of Representatives.
Craig.
So
Jeffries.
if we can
Crane.
break the cycle, break the back
Donalds.
of McCarthy believing, I mean, look, he's already moved into the speaker's suite.
Crawford.
Yeah.
All right. This is a
Harden.
thing that is pompous, it's
Crenshaw.
arrogant, it's assuming.
Harden.
He assumes that
Crockett.
just because he
Jeffries.
is the leader of the Republicans,
Crow.
he was,
Jeffries.
for 4 years under Nancy Pelosi, he was
Cuellar.
the leader of the
Jeffries.
minority.
Curtis.
He's the leader of the majority
Davids of Kansas.
at this time, but he is not
Jeffries.
speaker, and he believes that he
Davidson.
is due the speaker's
McCarthy.
position. But his actions in the last 4 years show that he
Davis,
cannot be the
Illinois.
speaker because he is corrupt.
Jeffries.
He has taken
Davis of
monies
North Carolina.
from individuals
Jeffries.
who have given money to
Dean of
the
Pennsylvania.
Democrats, to
Jeffries. DeGette.
not to mention that his support of
Jeffries.
sending billions of dollars to the
De
Ukraine.
La Cruz.
Sorry
McCarthy.
for his standing up and saying that the 2020
Delano.
election was free and fair.
Jeffries.
Sorry.
Del Bene.
This is an indication that it is nothing
Jeffries.
more but the same thing over and
DeLuzio.
over again, which is what we
Jeffries.
need to break this cycle. So
DeSaulnier.
people like Boebert, you have
Jeffries.
of the 20 individuals, 5 of them are
Desjardins.
freshmen. They're
McCarthy.
representatives elect right now.
D'Esposito.
So they are coming into Congress seeing that
McCarthy.
something has to happen. 5 of the 20.
Diaz-Balart.
And the way that we do that is that we
McCarthy.
stick to our guns. In 1855-56, in the 35th Congress, we did the
Jeffries.
same thing. You had
Donalds.
21 individuals fighting and bidding for the
Jeffries.
speaker's position.
Donalds.
It finally came down on a 2-month fight
Donalds.
to Banks taking that position
Varney.
of Speaker of the House. That's democracy in its action.
Duncan. McCarthy.
So we are seeing that we are
Dunn of Florida.
at 6, one more,
McCarthy.
and we have another round
Edwards.
coming up. We're going to go for a night.
McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer.
So you got 6 votes
Emmer.
have gone to other than McCarthy.
McCarthy.
One more.
Escobar.
I believe
Jeffries.
it's 6 that
Eshu.
above 6.
Jeffries.
Above 6. Yeah.
Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans.
He would have to
Jeffries.
clean sweep the remainder.
Ezel.
Let's see. Is it 6?
McCarthy.
224. Yeah. He
Fallon.
has to clean sweep the remainder.
McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy.
That's not going to happen
Ferguson.
because you're going to get to Chip Roy up in the
Finstead.
R's of the alphabet, and he's going to go for Donald's, or he's going to introduce another party.
Fischbach.
It is all about that. It is all about saying it doesn't matter.
Fitzgerald.
It's like Sean Hannity last night was badgering Lauren
Fitzpatrick.
Boebert. He was badgering her. He kept interrupting. He wouldn't let her talk. And he had
Fleischman.
this pompous,
McCarthy.
he's got 203.
Fletcher.
You've got 20.
Jeffries. Flood.
Just give it up, blah, blah,
McCarthy.
blah. Kind of, who do you want for speaker? Well, she
Foster.
doesn't know who she wants for speaker.
Jeffries.
None of those 20 representatives know. What they want is McCarthy to say,
Jeffries.
okay, all right, I got it. I don't have the
Fox.
votes. Let's meet. Let's create a committee.
Fox.
And let's talk about who needs to be speaker. Does it need to
Lowest
be
Frankel.
Steve Scalise? Does it need to be somebody,
Jeffries.
you know, Jordan's not going to step up to it.
C.
Does it
Scott
need to be
Franklin.
Andy Biggs? Hell, does it need to be Boebert herself
Frost.
on the back?
Jeffries.
That's not a bad
Fry.
place to fall, actually.
McCarthy.
Does it need to be Boebert herself?
Fulcher. McCarthy.
Actually, I got to say,
Gates. Trump.
Donald Trump has just been.
There's your 7.
There's your 7. Now
That's it.
that's it. He's
Doesn't have it.
and it will continue this way. It will continue this way
Gallagher.
until
McCarthy.
the black and blue marks that they're
Gallego.
20 at a time
Jeffries.
tossing at
Garamendi.
McCarthy,
Jeffries.
black and blue him enough
Garbarino.
to take the fight out of him.
McCarthy.
So they'll take the fight out of him
Mike Garcia.
to the point to where he
Robert
Will-
Garcia.
put together a committee and have a serious
Garcia,
conversation without threatening. They have
Jeffries.
threatened these
Garcia,
representatives.
Texas.
How would you feel if you
Jeffries.
were a representative in the House of Representatives and you
Jimenez.
go in there and you have
McCarthy.
constituents that you work with, and those constituents
Goldman
are saying,
McLean.
we want what is right for the United States, and we know that it has to start at the House of Representatives here.
Goldman of New York.
Okay. They are, after
Jeffries.
all, part of Article 1 of the Constitution. They are the legislative body. They have the
Gomez.
most in head count to that body, second
Jeffries.
to the upper house being the Senate.
Tony Gonzalez.
So, with respect to where you
McCarthy.
start to dismantle the swamp, it's right here.
Vicente Gonzalez.
It is right here.
Jeffries.
So,
Good of Virginia.
he needs to step down and say, okay, I'm out of it. Obviously this is going to go on for
Good of
months.
Texas. McCarthy.
Okay. And everybody's like, well, we're not getting anything done out of the Congress. They're not able to pass any bills. They're not able to vote on anything, blah, 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 blah. Guess what? It all starts right here.
Jeffries.
It doesn't matter
Granger.
at this point what bills are passed and what bills are not. We look at this. We got 4,000 page, a 4,100 page omnibus bill.
McCarthy.
$1.7 trillion
Brains
got
of
shoved
Missouri.
down everyone's throats.
McCarthy.
McCarthy was part of that.
Green
Okay.
of Tennessee. McCarthy.
America
Green of
first means
Texas.
America first. How many veterans are sitting out there on the streets right now, homeless? But we can give. Here we go. Here, this blowhard Green from Texas. Hey,
Green
he
of
made it
Georgia.
short.
McCarthy.
And I'm surprised over Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Grijalva. Jeffries.
I really have a hard time because
Grothman.
a lot of people that I respect are on this McCarthy train,
Guest.
and they don't see
McCarthy. Guthrie.
that McCarthy is not the answer. It's almost as if they've accepted buy-off, right? Marjorie Taylor,
McCarthy.
right? That's a major
Carter,
question here,
California.
right?
Jeffries.
Yeah. Major
Harris.
question about this is this. Marjorie Taylor Greene was taken off
Harris.
committee by McCarthy
Donalds.
for her outspoken language
Hartsbarger.
over masks and everything else,
McCarthy.
and her constant arguing with Pelosi.
Hayes.
Yet she turns around and she now goes back to McCarthy.
Jeffries.
This is a big question mark
Hearn.
and red flag in my
McCarthy.
mind. And so
Higgins of Louisiana.
what we need to see
McCarthy.
is we need to see this process go over and
Higgins
over
of New
again.
York.
And to go back on what I was saying is people are
Jeffries.
upset because the Congress is in shutdown
Hill.
mode. The Congress isn't in shutdown mode. For the first
McCarthy.
time in 6 years, we're seeing 435 people that we hired to go sit in the chair in DC and make law
Jeffries.
actually
Hinman.
doing their frickin' job today.
McCarthy.
So during this process, because they're forced to, take
Jeffries.
this proxy vote crap and
Hakeem.
throw it out. This is another thing that the
McCarthy.
Speaker of the House does. They work with
Houlihan.
committee members and with everybody they're building up
Jeffries.
to put together a rules package.
Hoyer.
Well, the rules package
Jeffries.
has been nothing
Hoyle of
but
Oregon.
corrupt.
Jeffries.
Where,
Hudson.
okay, we got this bill that comes into the House of Representatives from a member.
Hudson.
Okay, the Rules Committee looks at it and says, okay, we're gonna table this, or or we're going to push it to the floor, and we're going, who does it benefit the most? Does it benefit the Democrats, or does it benefit the Republicans? Bull. It should benefit the people. It should benefit the United States of America. But that's not what they're doing.
This is one we need to shove through.
ISA.
in the morning.
Yeah, let's shove this through at 3 a.m, right? So
ISA.
that's part of the Speaker's job.
McCarthy.
So you turn around, and if you're the Speaker, if I was Speaker of the House, I would say,
Ivy.
when I was a VP in Silicon Valley,
Jeffries.
I would call these meetings.
Jackson of
All right,
Illinois.
in the meeting, I'd say 10 o'clock. And at
Jeffries.
10 o'clock, if the individuals that I
Jackson
had
of North
asked to
Carolina.
be in the meeting came to the door at 10:01,
Jackson of Texas.
they couldn't get in the room.
McCarthy.
I'd lock the door. I'd get up at 10 o'clock and
Jackson Lee.
lock the door. Okay. Early is on time is late. Period. And
Jeffries.
that's what I would do. They would sit there and they would
Jacobs.
knock on the door, and I would sit there and,
Jeffries.
what? Will let me in. No.
James.
The meeting's started already,
McCarthy.
and you're late. So you can just go back to your office. Maybe one of these
Jeffries.
people that are sitting around this conference table
Jeffries.
will update you as to what we talked about. But
Jeffries.
when I call a meeting and I ask you to be there at a certain time, then I would expect you to be there at that time. So the individual would never be late again. They would be 15 minutes early, 10 minutes early. I used to tell them, I said, did you get your $20 cup of coffee?
Johnson
Because they
of
would go to the
Georgia.
kitchen and get their cup of coffee and head to the meeting, and they were late.
Jeffries.
So they'd sit there
Johnson of
with their cup of
Louisiana.
coffee, knocking on the door. Hey, I guess you should have thought about that 5 minutes earlier.
Johnson
Get your
of
cup of
Louisiana.
coffee, because the time it took you at the salary I pay you to go and make a cup of coffee cost me
McCarthy.
and the company $20. It cost the company $20. So I'd say, did you get your $20 cup of coffee? Because we
Johnson of
paid you to go
Ohio.
to the cafeteria and get that cup of coffee.
Johnson of South
So,
Dakota.
If I were Speaker, I would hold their feet to the fire. Say,
McCarthy.
this is the rules. Let's meet
Joyce
with the
of
Democrats
Ohio.
and the Republicans, and let's talk about how we're going to do the rules.
Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Let's make this a bipartisan deal.
Kim Lover.
It's not about Democrats. It's not about Republicans. It's about the people.
Captor.
People vote for a
Jeffries.
representative. That representative should have their
Kane
butt
of
parked
New
in
Jersey.
this chamber,
McCarthy.
ready to write amendments if there's a
Key.
disagreement with a bill, and
Jeffries.
ready to debate and have clear
Kenneth of
communication,
Illinois.
civil communication, over
Jeffries.
why they don't believe their
Kelly of
constituents
Mississippi.
that they're representing don't want to have this bill this
Kelly
way.
of Pennsylvania. McCarthy.
This is part of the rules package.
Connor.
Throw away all this proxy vote crap.
Jeffries.
Throw away all this stuff about, well,
James of Virginia.
masks this, masks that.
McCarthy.
Because if anybody
Kennedy.
should know what a mandate
Jeffries.
is it's not law,
Kylie.
and laws are made by the very people that are sitting here pulling this crap out of a
Schumer.
hat. So
Jeffries.
this has to go away.
Kim of California. McCarthy.
So this is going to rattle off,
Kim of New Jersey.
and we may see a
Jeffries.
break for a moment,
Krishnamurti.
and then they're going to come back. They're going to be still
Jeffries.
trying to talk to these 20 people, saying,
Custer.
would you please just knock it off? Just
Jeffries.
knock it off. Bring,
Gustav.
Crenshaw disappoints me the most, calling them
McCarthy.
terrorists. Crenshaw of Texas.
LaHood.
Shame on you.
McCarthy.
Maybe you should pack your bags and head your ass back over to Texas
Balloting.
and resign
McCarthy.
and ask the people of Texas to put someone else in your place. Maybe that's what we should do with you, Crenshaw. How dare you call these individuals terrorists?
McCarthy.
They are doing for their constituents what they promised.
Lamborn.
That they're going to DC and they're going to bury the swamp. They're going to drain it.
Jeffries.
We start by the Speaker of the House.
Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson.
If Kevin McCarthy were to stand up and
Jeffries.
say, I'm done, I'm taking my
Larson
name off the
Jeffries.
nomination list,
Jeffries.
and I'm calling for the Republicans to come together and
McCarthy.
we'll put together
Laterna.
a committee to look and see who would be
McCarthy.
best speaker, and we'll vote on it in chambers outside of this chamber, and we will call for the vote once we are done.
McCarthy.
That's the other thing. Quit
Lee of
standing up
California.
there and being a blowhard. Stand up, give the name,
Jeffries.
sit down. That's
Lee
it.
of Florida. McCarthy.
Like she just did.
Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko.
So they're voting and then they leave.
Lesko.
That's not bad, but be there when your name's called.
Letlow. McCarthy.
Don,
Levin.
just his.
Jeffries.
Call him.
Lou. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer.
It shouldn't be too
McCarthy.
much to ask. Be in there.
Because the Speaker of the House can't,
Donalds.
if you take McCarthy and you say, McCarthy says,
McCarthy.
I'm going to assign a committee to go through and do
Lynch.
this. You don't do that as Speaker.
Mace. McCarthy.
So,
Magaziner.
because now you're Speaker,
Jeffries.
you make a promise
Maliotakis.
to these Republicans and then you don't keep it.
McCarthy.
This is the wishy-washiness that he's had for the last 4 years on stuff. You realize that he has, in the last 18 months alone, given 46% of his votes to the Democrats.
Massey.
Okay?
McCarthy.
The
Mass.
Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, by
McCarthy.
looking at hers, has given less than
Massey.
7% of her votes to the Republicans.
Jeffries.
So
McCarthy.
McCarthy's not the person to be sitting in the Speaker's
Jeffries.
position. He is
McCarthy.
a leader. I will
McCarthy.
give him the fact that he is the leader of the Republican Party in the House of Representatives. I would say he could stay the majority leader and put in Steve Scalise as the majority whip. Okay?
McCarthy. McLean.
But we're not
McCarthy.
going to have this guy
McClintock.
be the Speaker of the House. It's not going to happen.
McCarthy. McCollum.
So,
Jeffries.
as leader of the Republican Party, called for a committee of
McCormick.
finding out who the Speaker should be.
McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern.
That's right, Diane. He is a
Jeffries.
self-centered individual, and
McHenry.
he believes that he's entitled to this position.
McCarthy.
No,
Meeks.
he's not.
Jeffries. Menendez.
Well, thank you for asking, Doug.
May.
I'm dealing
Jeffries.
until I get the surgery.
User. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller
Thanks,
of
JM, but
Illinois.
I doubt seriously my name could ever be put on the list for Speaker.
Miller of Illinois.
Oh,
Donalds.
where'd you go?
Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia.
There it is.
McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy.
AMC
Molinaro.
Kingdom, you know, this is the key, man.
McCarthy.
This is
Molinaro.
every single person that I've been
McCarthy.
talking to is like, I can't even sleep at night with what's
Mooney.
going on in Washington. They've sold us
McCarthy.
out. They have, you know, everyone.
Moore of Alabama.
Doesn't matter if it's the left or the right. They've
McCarthy.
sold us out. And McCarthy
Moore
is
of
one of those
Utah.
individuals that has done so.
McCarthy.
It's $120 billion
Moore of
so far going to
Wisconsin.
the Ukraine. Where's the America First?
Jeffries.
Where's the feeding of the
Moran.
homeless vets? Where's the supplying of the homeless vets? Oop, let me restart this stream just a moment.
Newhouse. McCarthy.
Apologize. They do this timeout thing
People.
I got to go through every once in a while.
Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy.
So we will see again 203 for McCarthy, 212
Overdosing.
for Jeffries, and a total of
McCarthy.
19 descendants.
Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds.
Now it may be extreme, but when they, you know, you'll
Hold
know
on.
the swamp is swampy
Jeffries.
when McCarthy goes to
Owens. McCarthy.
the other side to Jeffries and says, hey, look, you know that you can't be,
Jeffries.
but if you can work with
Palmer.
19
McCarthy.
Democrats to have them vote for me,
Jeffries.
this will all be over.
Pappas.
Now you know you've gotten swampy.
Jeffries. Pascrell.
If that were to happen, it could happen. They could be
Pascrell.
over there talking about what Democrats will go fall on their sword
Jeffries.
and
Hey.
vote for McCarthy, since
Jeffries.
Jeffries knows
Pelosi.
that he's not happening.
Jeffries. Peltola.
Excuse me.
Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries.
Well, this question, AMC Kingdom, is that they cannot be
Jeffries.
deported
Pocan.
by an individual state.
Jeffries.
So Texas
Porter.
or Arizona can't, or Florida,
Jeffries.
they can't
Posey.
deport these
McCarthy.
illegals back to where they
Presley.
came from. So
Jeffries.
again, it's that
Quigley.
beanbag
Jeffries.
shot,
Ramirez.
making them black and blue
Jeffries.
in busing them to one of the
Raskin.
sanctuary cities
Jeffries.
of the individuals who say
Reschenthaler.
that
McCarthy.
they should be allowed.
Rogers of Washington.
And then you've got mopheads
Rogers
sitting
of
up there at the
Alabama.
White House saying there is no crisis, the border's not open.
Rogers of Alabama.
And then you've got reporters out there
McCarthy.
saying, well, it's because of people like Abbott and
Rogers of
DeSantis
McCarthy.
that message that
Rose.
the border is open is getting back to them, and that's why they're coming up.
McCarthy.
No, they know they're not challenged at the border.
Rosendale.
Title 42, for instance.
Donalds.
Title 42, it really doesn't matter now that it expires or not because they're letting them through anyway. But Title 42 is supposed to be stopping them for medical reasons or for
Roy.
looking and saying you've got to be tested.
Donalds.
You've got typhoid, you've got tuberculosis,
Ruiz.
you've got all of these
Jeffries.
diseases that you're trying to bring into the United
Ruppersberger.
States. That's what Title 42 is. And by
Jeffries.
allowing it to expire just gives them a bigger reason to
McCarthy.
come to the United States. And if they're not challenged,
Ryan.
what do we have now? Since Biden's
Salazar.
been in the residence, he's been resident,
Salinas.
5 million more illegals have come through.
Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries.
Spend
Santos.
billions of dollars on other countries.
But we're going to send billions of dollars to
Same
Ukraine
place.
for their
Syria.
fight, you know, with
Sarbanes.
Putin. I got news for you.
Jeffries.
We've already seen
Scalise.
videos coming out of the Ukraine
McCarthy.
showing a tail wagging the dog problem.
Scanlon.
Okay,
Jeffries.
including our friends over at CNN
Bukowski.
doing production work.
Jeffries. Schiff.
We've seen videos of the supposed bodies, and then all of a sudden you see
Schneider.
one of those bodies is smoking a cigarette,
Jeffries. Skolton.
and people walking up saying, "Shh, shh, shh, stop, be
Schreier.
quiet."
Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott.
So if you've got friends that are
Jeffries.
saying that this is a
Scott
travesty,
of Virginia.
let them know
Jeffries.
this is not a travesty. This is how
Stone.
we're supposed to work in this country.
Donald.
The House of Representatives needs to be cleaned out. It's interesting to me as a truck
Sessions.
driver when I would go in
McCarthy.
to, over the years,
Sewell.
even back a dozen years ago, people
Sewell.
would gripe and complain about
Sherman.
the government
Jeffries.
and how dirty it is,
Sherrill.
and
Jeffries.
back then I
Simpson.
I was raised, don't talk about politics or and don't talk about religion when you're out there. Just
Slotkin.
kind of keep it to yourself. And a few years ago, I'm like, bullshit. This is,
Smith of Missouri.
I'm gonna talk to whoever I can when I'm out there. And you'd sit down in a
Smith of
truck stop
Nebraska.
before COVID, for instance,
McCarthy.
10 years ago even.
Smith of New Jersey.
And you'd hear these guys bickering
McCarthy.
about what's going on in the House of Representatives,
Smith
and
of
I'd
Washington.
sit down, and you got one on my
Jeffries.
right, and one on my left, and I'm like listening to this.
Smucker.
When I sit down to eat some lunch or
McCarthy.
something. And then, what do you think? I'd say, I got two questions for you
Jeffries.
before I even engage in this
Soto.
conversation. Number one,
Jeffries.
did you vote in the last cycle?
Sandberg.
Exactly.
And
Jeffries.
then make a
Sparks.
determination based on that. And number two, if they voted,
Sparks.
if they did vote, number two, can you answer this simple question? How many
Sandberg.
seats are in the House of Representatives? You
Stansbury.
couldn't tell me how many seats are in the House of Representatives, then I'm not going to have a conversation with them, because that means that they're only going by the hyperbole. They're not
Stanton.
educated as to
Jeffries.
what the process is.
Stauber.
They don't know how many seats are in the House of Representatives. They've
Steele.
never actually read
McCarthy.
the Constitution of the United States.
Stefani.
Okay, they haven't done that.
McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe.
And it's not War and Peace.
McCarthy.
This particular one
Stevens.
has the writings of all the
Jeffries.
founding fathers in it, so it's a thick book.
Stewart.
But this tab represents where the
McCarthy.
actual Constitution begins.
Strickland.
Okay.
Jeffries. Strong.
It doesn't take much to understand what it is that
Swalwell.
our country was based
Jeffries.
upon,
Sykes.
our God-given rights.
Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries.
I'd like to see that number change.
Thompson of California.
19 or 26
Jeffries.
or something.
We even see one.
Yeah. right.
Thompson of Mississippi.
We even see, if we see 21 or 22, if we get to the
Thompson
lady
of
from
Mississippi.
Indiana, if she doesn't vote present,
President.
Jeffries.
and
Thompson of Pennsylvania.
because she doesn't want Donalds, but she herself
Tiffany.
should realize a vote for Donalds doesn't mean you
Tiffany.
want Donalds. At this moment, a vote for Donalds simply says you don't want
Timmons.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Titus.
This is all about just
Jeffries.
getting him to realize that he's not the
Tlaib.
one, and to call that committee together.
Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries.
Get a committee
Tonko.
and find out who they want.
Jeffries.
What is the
Torres of
majority
California.
look for in a speaker,
Jeffries.
and who is there that could be that, or outside. Like I said,
Torres of New York.
any citizen of the United States can
Jeffries.
be Speaker of the House.
Trahan.
They got to be a strong
Jeffries.
individual. They got to be
True.
beyond reproach.
Jeffries. Turner.
They got to be able to tell the
McCarthy.
swamp
Underwood.
to go pound sand.
Jeffries.
We're going to do this and we're going to do
Belladeo.
that. They have to
McCarthy.
be an American first.
Van Drew.
We're not going to let this crap of
McCarthy.
drag queens and trans.
McCarthy.
I mean, it's just amazing how they've just
Van
infiltrated
Orden.
over the last couple of years, actually.
McCarthy.
We got
Vargas.
all of this. It's got to be inclusive. What was the
Vasquez.
um,
Jeffries. VC.
inclusivity
Jeffries.
and
Velasquez.
equity and
Jeffries.
all this BS?
Wagner.
We're finding colleges, the majority of the colleges
Wahlberg.
are putting DEI. DEI
McCarthy.
is the acronym.
Waltz.
It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI
Wasserman Schultz.
representatives in the
Jeffries.
colleges. One college in Michigan has 50 individuals
Waters.
on the payroll to work with students on DEI.
163.
Watson.
Yeah,
Coleman.
163 on one college. The one in Michigan, I saw 50 or something like that.
Weber,
50 people.
Texas.
One college had 163
McCarthy.
representatives for DEI to be able to
Webster,
work with the
Florida.
students about being
McCarthy.
diverse, being equitable, and
Winstrup.
being inclusive
McCarthy.
in the way they speak. You know,
Westerman.
you've got to speak with
McCarthy.
pronouns. This is bull.
Wexton.
Don't send your kids to college.
Jeffries.
That's the
Wiley.
key. It used to be that you'd say, well, you know, you'd have a college degree.
Williams of Georgia.
The fact of the matter is
Jeffries.
if it's not, you know,
Williams
trade
of
school
New
is better
York.
than college these days.
McCarthy.
If you want to teach somebody a trade school is better than
Williams of
going to
Texas.
college. Yeah, you're not getting exactly. You get the government out of our schooling
Williams of
mechanism
Texas.
by getting rid of the public school system
McCarthy.
and bringing on the charters.
Wilson of Florida.
Get rid of the unions.
Jeffries.
A school
Wilson
union
of
is the
South
worst thing that you
Carolina.
can have. Get rid of the school unions.
McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. McCarthy.
I do believe that Trump's
Zinke.
stance still is to back McCarthy. I'm confused by that.
Zinke.
I'd like to know his reasoning for that. But I support Trump. I supported a lot of these individuals that are in this 203 count. But I do not support McCarthy for a list of reasons. It is more of the same old boys club, and I'm not down for
The
that at
reading
all.
clerk will now call the names of those members-elect who did not answer on the first call of the roll.
So you got one Democrat wasn't present, and you've got several Republicans. 9, I do believe.
Allen. McCarthy. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Donalds. Donalds.
There's 20. Actually, that's 17 for him. That's 20 on the descendants.
Fox. McCarthy.
So if you see that jump to 21, that's another shot across McCarthy's bow that he's losing.
Hunt. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy.
Santos. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sparks. Present.
Sparks has been present for the last 3 or 4.
Tiffany. McCarthy.
So the last 4 that Sparks, last 4 ballots
Zinke.
that she's been present.
McCarthy.
There's the number's 21 now.
Yeah. 21 means they picked up one more dissent. That means McCarthy should, there's one still not present. Let's see. Right? So you've got 434 members voted, which is what we've been getting the entire 8-vote process. I do believe there's one open seat to the 435 representatives. So McCarthy has lost 2 from yesterday. This is a shot across the bow we should see. I'm wondering if one guy yesterday said that he was only going to give 5 ballots to McCarthy
Colorado.
from Colorado. Hunt, not Hunt. Buck, yeah. And then he gave him a 6th. I didn't catch what Buck's vote this time was. I know that the Uniparty is super pissed right now because they want McCarthy. The Democrats want McCarthy. The White House wants McCarthy. These are all indicators that you don't want McCarthy. When McConnell says McCarthy, run the other way. McConnell has been compromised for decades. His wife's dad is part of the CCP, is in the shipping arena, the shipping boats, the ships, the containers, yeah. And they have received monies from her father in gifts over the years. That's the same as receiving gifts from the CCP. How many of those gifts were for favors? CCP favors. So Mitch McConnell's been compromised for decades.
Well, unofficially, on the 8th vote for Speaker, the top 2 numbers did not change. Hakeem Jeffries again at 212. Kevin McCarthy retains 90% of the Republican.
And you heard him say 90%. None of that matters. What matters is that McCarthy doesn't have the votes. Still. And he's not going to get those votes because 7 individuals are going to stand their ground every single time out of these 20 individuals. So even if you got a half a dozen of these 21 individuals, You still don't have the votes. So I'm going to read some comments here. So Robin says you can't drain the swamp if you keep putting the same old number one rhino alligator in charge. You're right. You're absolutely right. So for 4 years, we've watched McCarthy as leader of the minority in the House bow to the Democrats 46% of the time.
Under 40, almost 50%.
Almost 50% of the time, almost half.
I'm gonna grab something to snack on, boss, and I'll be back.
Okie doke. And so we've seen that. The gravy train in George Soros, and more recently Sam Bankman-Fried has come in. And you know, I sit back and I think of ways of how we can make change. And when I was on Capitol Hill and meeting with congressmen and with senators, they would say you have to get the people in order to make change. But you also have to have a sledgehammer. And what we're seeing today is a sledgehammer. Because these 21 now individuals, these 21 Republicans, they represent people. The people who want change. This is where everybody should be right now, hopping on the line, hopping on the phone, and calling your representatives and saying, we don't want McCarthy. We want someone else. We don't know who that else is. Donalds has got potential. Personally, I would put Boebert down if I was up front. Because Boebert, she doesn't need to be on any committees. She represents a district in Colorado that is a small enough constituent base. Yeah, when I say small enough, it's around 750,000 individuals maybe for her district, somewhere near there. I'm not 100% sure. But it's not a needy base. Doesn't need a whole lot of her attention, and she has got a very powerful voice. Chip Roy. Okay, but let me first of all, while they're having this little discussion before they go back, I'm going to go ahead, pop over here. Let that kind of float for a moment. Bear with me a few minutes. So I'm hearing that Buck has now 8 votes for McCarthy. There we go. Just trying to get some other stuff put together here. So this is the Supreme Court page. Okay. And what we're looking at right now is at the Supreme Court is docket number 22-380. A lot of people are saying this will never go anywhere, but we'll find out because we're less than 24 hours away from 22-380. Are there individuals in Congress, Matt Gaetz, Boebert, Chip Roy, and others, waiting for this? It's possible. Let me just put it that way. Because what this petition with the Supreme Court, 22-380, does, okay, when heard by the Supreme Court, which tomorrow is the Supreme Court's conference schedule for this docket. So while we're in a position of waiting for the third count of the day, the third ballot of the day, our 9th ballot in all. We'll talk about this in a minute. So they're in this docket, which was received, I should say, it was received by the court on October 20th of this year, of last year, and it was docketed on the 24th, October 24th. And this writ of certiorari. What this writ of certiorari does is it makes a complaint that 388 individuals broke their oath. Now, really, it comes down to 385 individuals because 3 of the individuals wouldn't have done any certification. Well, one of them did. Mike Pence did a certification as president of the Senate, vice president of the United States. But under Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution, a little dyslexics there, the president of the Senate does the tally of the electors. Okay. And when you hit the 51% marker, you have a president. But what the claim here in this is to say, and I'll read this because I know that there's a lot of you have looked at this. This is not some conspiracy website. This is the Supreme Court. A serious conflict exists between decisions rendered from this court and the lower appellate or appeal courts, along with constitutional provisions and statutes, in deciding whether or not the trial court has jurisdiction to try the merits of this case. This case uncovers a serious national security breach that is unique and is of first impression, and due to the serious nature of this case, it involves the possible removal of a sitting president and vice president of the United States, along with members of the United States Congress, while deeming them unfit from ever holding office under federal, state, county, or local governments found within the United States of America. And at the same time, the trial court also has the authority to be validated by this court to authorize the swearing in of the legal and rightful heirs for president and vice president of the United States. Now, it goes on to claim that the individuals in Congress, there was over 100, concerned about malfeasance and fraud in the election, and want to, let me link this so I can put it over in chat for you guys, by the way. This is the link for the writ of certiorari. But they wanted an investigation. And now, see, in 1877, we had a 10-day pause. And that 10-day pause was given because there were 3 states that were in question. So they gave a 10-day pause to do an investigation. So that gave precedence for this particular docket. And what this docket says is, in addition, there are 2 doctrines that conflict with each other, and in this case, found in this case, affecting every court in this country, which is true. These doctrines are known as the doctrine of equitable maxim and the doctrine of object principle of justice. Equitable maxim created by this court, which the lower court used to dismiss this case, sets in direct violation of the object principle of justice, also partially created by this court and supported by other appeal courts and constitutional provisions. Basically, this is saying that the Supreme Court has this doctrine that's saying there's 2 doctrines and they're in conflict with each other, one being the direct violation of object and principle, okay, and the other one being an equitable maxim. So the Brunson brothers have looked at this and said these conflicts call for the supervisory power of this court, I mean the Supreme Court, to resolve these conflicts, which has not but should be settled by this court without delay. This is tomorrow, people. This is tomorrow that this is heard by the Supreme Court. Now, the petitioner, which is the Brunson brothers, and they brought 4 of these together, are looking for the removal of 388 respondents. Those 388, you'll recognize some big names here, okay? There are some big names on this. Got to get the right size here and get the right page. There we are. You'll recognize some big names on this document. One name that concerns me in this House of this first of the list here, by the way, is the United States House of Representatives. Okay. And this is in that case. And if I go down here, there is one name that's here. That's on this list to be removed. A lot of good people. Chip Roy is a very good person in the House of Representatives from Texas. But he voted yay to certify a potentially fraudulent election. That would have violated his oath. Those are the consequences. There are some good names all throughout here. There are good names in the Senate as well. If we look back through here, these are below this marker are U.S. senators. And there's some good names in here. We have Rand Paul. There's ones that I don't have a problem with. Mitt Romney. But we have Marco Rubio. Okay. If, and there's that two-letter word, if, that means so much. If tomorrow the Supreme Court has their conference about this, so tomorrow they meet in conference, 4 Supreme Court justices can move this to arguments, move this docket onto the arguments. And if they move it to arguments, there's a question mark about the latest individual who was brought forth by the administration that's currently present would have to recuse herself from the decision-making process. I see a whole lot of things that could happen with this, but this particular docket doesn't call for their arrests. That's not to say that going down the road, we don't see big lawsuits based on the Supreme Court saying that they violated their oaths. Now you're going to see a whole bunch of class action lawsuits going on and saying these people need to be held accountable. Now there are those that are saying, well, they have immunity. They have an immunity in Congress. There's one thing that they're not immune from: their oath. You can't go into the halls of Congress and set fire to an American flag and say, I'm immune. I can do whatever I want. You can't go in there and raise a weapon and shoot somebody else while you're in the house and get away with murder. So there is a limitation to the immunity clause. Okay. They did not keep their oath, and the oath says that they will protect and defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic. So they cannot claim immunity. So there's another document that's pretty important to this. Let's see if I've got it here. I'll bring it up. It is this document here. When they docketed it on October 24th, that started a counter, a clock. They had 30 days in which to respond. And in the response, you would have expected, with 385 members of Congress and 3 members of the executive branch, you would have expected U.S. attorneys to come frolicking in with objections, stating their case. That didn't happen. Instead, you had the Solicitor General published a response at the end of that 30-day period, and that was on November 23rd, the day before Thanksgiving. And this was the response. Okay? The response simply said, the government hereby waives the right to file a response. The only response, the only merit that can be brought forth at this moment, and see Elizabeth, Solicitor General, now is a claim of immunity. But that's moot, given the fact that this claim and this petition is against their oath of office, their oath to defend the Constitution. If there is a shadow of doubt, and you are a representative of the people, you must investigate that doubt, or you're allowing tyranny to sink in. You're allowing something that is potentially harmful to the Constitution, that would put the Constitution in crisis. It is your duty, to your oath, to investigate that, so that you can now stand up and say, I did the right thing. And if you don't do that, then you need to be removed. That's what this docket is. That is what this document, this docket that they will be looking at tomorrow, that's what it is. So they can't stand on the claim of, I'm immune. So they got nothing. They didn't file any rebuttals or anything. They didn't file anything. And tomorrow isn't the hearing. Tomorrow is the justices' discussion of what to do with this case. And they decide that 4 of them make a decision that it moves forward. Once it moves forward, theoretically, they could actually say, well, since there's no arguments from the government, from the petitioners, from the, not the petitioners, I'm sorry, but from the parties to the proceeding, the respondents is what I meant to say. Let's go ahead and vote on, let's make a decision on this. We don't need arguments, because what are they going to argue? Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that, because that is the key that I think that is going in the back of some of these Republicans' mind. Okay. I think that the Republican individuals, it looks like they're back on it. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to open this up for you to hear, and I'll be back.
Nancy Pelosi removed 4 years ago to avoid the scrutiny and the accountability. The motion to vacate the chair that has not been offered for a floor vote in over 100 years calls for the removal of the Speaker of the House. Kevin has reinstated the motion to vacate the chair, which I believe was the right thing to do. This motion allows us, the Republican conference, to hold the Speaker accountable. The American people gave us, my friends, us, the Republicans, the majority, and their vote of confidence to change the direction of our country. The American people are begging for leadership because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, and the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it. We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent. We must curb inflation by reducing spending. And we must support our law enforcement officers, folks. We got to get crime under control. We must place America and its people first. And all this, my friends, on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable. And the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people and their families long enough. Under Speaker McCarthy, they will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today, let's do what's in the best interest of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise today to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Vote, Democrats stand united and ready to get to work on behalf of the American people under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries. Vote after vote, nomination after nomination, Democrats are united. Just like we were united when we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. United when we passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. United when we capped insulin at $35, passed historic gun safety legislation, and passed the PACT Act to help our nation's veterans. United when Democrats passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing back to America. United when Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I'm directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing and serving with each and every one of you. I know we have differences of opinions, and I know we have differences of agendas that we would like to pursue, but I will tell you that we all are representing the United States of America in the best fashion that I know that we truly believe in. So thank you, and it is a privilege. When I walk out every evening from the Longworth office building, I will tell you that as I look back on the Capitol with the lights gleaming upon it, that I recognize the honor, the privilege, and the responsibility that each one of us has taken on to be in this place that we are right now, and the obligations that we have to the districts that we represent back home. It is an incredible privilege, but it is also an incredible responsibility, and I do not take it lightly, and I know that no one in this room does. We are participating in a system that has endured 247 years. Through drought and through flood, through world wars and through a civil war. And some way we return to this place year after year to serve the people of the United States of America. But unfortunately, over the past 15 years, the process that we use has been dramatically broken. The voices that were sent here to equally represent each of the 435 districts across this nation have become diminished. This through the consolidation of power into the hands of the Speaker and a fortunate few who happen to serve on the Rules Committee, which control every aspect of legislation that travels through this body. The debate and the discussion has been all but eliminated, and the balance of us are left to vote yes or no. Those are our options, and that is what has led to the disintegration of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our constituents. We have had more discussion and debate over the last 3 days than I have participated in on this floor for the last 2 years. And it's healthy. It absolutely promotes the collegiality that everyone is striving to obtain. We're having discussions not just within our own party, but amongst each other as we walk around and start planning for the legislation that we will need to address over the next 2 years in the 118th Congress, that sooner or later, yes, sooner or later, we will begin to function as. Those are the good days. And guess what? Our constituents think, as they watch us on C-SPAN today, that this is how every day functions. They think that this is how every bill gets addressed in this body. And they will be shocked to learn, the ones that you have not disclosed the little nasty secret to, that unfortunately, that's not how it works around this place. That under the current rules and under the current leadership construction, that on fly-in days, typically Monday at the beginning of the week, the leadership on both sides of the aisle negotiate a number of bills, 15 to 20 pieces of legislation, that one Democrat and one Republican stand on this floor. They discuss momentarily, and then they say the magic words, without objection, we will pass this by unanimous consent. And there are two people standing on the floor passing pieces of legislation that oftentimes are the naming of buildings that don't really bother anybody or affect one's life, but in many circumstances spend millions and tens of millions of dollars that the taxpayers are obligated to cover, and their representative was not even here to vote upon it. And that, my friends, is wrong. It is wrong. So yes, we need to have change. We need to fix this broken system. Several of us have taken it upon ourselves to fly in and object to those very bills. Not because we are objecting to the bill, but just to force them to be brought out into the daylight so that everyone can hear about those bills. To force people to come out and vote up or down for those bills, as their constituents believe that they are doing right now. That's just one of the little secrets. And it demonstrates, again, how broken this system is. Last summer, we began to negotiate, a group of us, in good faith, a list of changes, amendments to the rules of this body, not to empower ourselves, not to bring personal benefit to ourselves, but to empower you and you and you, Maxine, and you and you and everyone sitting in this chamber equally. There's no rules. I did not use anyone's name. Everyone should be, excuse me, Maxine.
Member, direct your remarks to the chair, please.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. That is so that everyone will have equal representation for the districts that elected them. These are not radical deviations from the norm. These are a restoration of the rules so that this place can function properly. Things like single subject legislation that most state houses utilize right now, so that we don't have 4,000-page documents that we are given a matter of hours to review, that are filled with many, many subject matters that are trillions of dollars in cost. Rules like germaneness, so that you can actually bring an amendment forward on the floor as long as it pertains to the bill that was originally being addressed. An open rule process, again, so that each individual here can participate in the thing that we were sent here to do. to help collaborate and craft legislation and work together. That is what we were sent here to do. These are common sense amendments that would restore the process and give each of us an equal voice. This is how we're going to secure the border. That everyone now, I do believe, has recognized that there is a problem with. This is how we are going to regain energy dominance again, which is not just an economic issue, it is a national security issue. This is how we are going to reduce the inflation rate, by working together. But we cannot call it working together if you cede all of that power to the hands of a few. Hoping for this change will not create this change. And change is uncomfortable. We understand that. But it is not unachievable. And we must make change in this broken system. We must. The current leadership that is in place
These guys been pretty good.
will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body. And that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions. The current leadership, I was told, I should not be so concerned with these suspension bills that get passed every week, because now they have made an amendment. We keep hearing about these amendments and the concessions that were made. The concession was that they will not ask for anything to be suspended that costs more than $100 million.
Wow.
Now, I don't know about the neighborhoods that you live in, but the neighborhood that I live in, $100 million is a lot of money. And my constituents expect me to vote upon $100 million bills and $80 million bills and $10 million bills so that they know what in the world is in them and what is going on. And they do not expect them to be passed by unanimous consent with no one on the floor. I made a living developing property. And as many of you probably know, it takes a while to take a piece of ground from bare earth to a community. And my mother, God rest her soul, came out to one of my projects, and I had just opened it up, and it had been 2 years since the time I had bought the property. And by the time we went out, I had a nice entrance built, and the streets were built, and the street lights were there, and they were just starting to build homes. And she said, "My goodness, Matthew, you must really, really be pleased to finally see your project coming up out of the ground." And I said, "No, Mom, actually, I'm pleased that everyone else can see it, because I sold it 2 years ago when I first walked out there. Well, I have a vision for this place, that we can restore regular order so that each of us may have the ability to represent our districts and our constituents equally as we move through this process. And then again, at that time, we will be able to call it truly the people's house again." I have been here just 2 years, and I have watched Byron Donalds during that time and previously as he proudly served in the Florida legislature. And I can tell you this, he's a man of intellect, He is a man of integrity, and he is a man that I am proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Here we go.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hearn as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we've presented many plans and are even presenting 2 plans simultaneously right now for Speaker of the People's House. I sat in my chair anticipating to vote for Byron Donalds, whom I respect, whom I see as a leader. And there was a gut check that said, we need someone that is going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum. Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. We had the votes for him. I cannot produce those anymore. The colleagues that I brought with me to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not happening. And as it's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. America doesn't want more talk, and I'm going to keep my speech a little short. They want action. I'll take that. I want to get to work too. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I know what chaos and dysfunction looks like. This is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme. There's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right. We need a leader that is not of the broken system, someone who is not beholden to the lobbyists, but to the people who sent us here, someone who can unite our party, and most importantly, someone who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I've voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hearn, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hearn went from rags to riches. And like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He's lived the American dream. He's a father, a family man. And as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us. I understand that threats have been made about committee assignments, that you won't receive committee assignments if you do not vote for Kevin McCarthy. That is true. It happened in conference, and that is exactly what we were told. But we don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle.
Exactly.
Don't be afraid to do the right thing. I believe that Kevin Hearn is a unifier. He just received the chairman of the Republican Study Committee by unanimous consent. This is the largest caucus in our conference. Look how many people have already put their trust in Kevin Hearn to lead them. I get asked by my constituents, where does this go? Who can unify the party. Who can deliver results? Representative Kevin Hearn can do just that, and I am proud to enter his name into the nomination, and I hope that some of you join me. Thank you, and I yield back.
It's looking a little light.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Here we go. Now, this is exactly what we're supposed to see. And the unfortunate thing is we haven't seen it in so long, and everybody's looking at this as being something wrong. But, oh, they've got Hearn's name up there now. Hearn.
Adams. Jeffries.
So
Hall.
this is what we're supposed to see. This is
McCarthy.
open communication,
Aguilar.
open debate.
Jeffries. Alford.
And
McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy.
until McCarthy actually
Allred.
meets with these people and says, you know what, I'm done.
Jeffries.
This is what we're going to see.
Emiday.
We're going to see another
McCarthy.
stalemate.
Armstrong.
You know, if you look at the game of chess and its strategies,
Arrington.
you can have an individual
Auchincloss.
that you're playing could chew up
Jeffries.
almost all of your pieces and still have all of theirs on the board.
McCarthy.
Like in that too, having 200 members of
McCarthy.
representatives for McCarthy
Baird.
and the 20 for the Republicans.
McCarthy.
So if
Alderson.
my chessboard
McCarthy.
had 218 pieces
Jeffries. Banks.
to play with, I could still do a
McCarthy.
checkmate with the right pieces,
Carr.
even though
McCarthy.
it's less than the overall.
Berrigan.
That is exactly what we're seeing here. We are seeing a chess game that is saying,
Jeffries.
I will stalemate you each and every time
Of Florida. McCarthy.
until you admit
Beatty.
that you're not going to be the Speaker of the
Bennett.
House.
McCarthy.
And again, I say, it's not that we know who we want to be
Jeffries.
Speaker of the House right now.
Bergman.
It is just more to the point that we do
McCarthy.
not want you.
Byron. Jeffries.
Sean Hannity
Bice.
last night was the
McCarthy.
biggest ass I have seen in a very long time.
Biggs. Donalds.
So he badgered
Villarakas.
Boebert,
McCarthy.
talked over her,
Bishop of Georgia.
claimed that she didn't answer his question or refused to
Jeffries.
answer his question, but his
Bishop
question
of
was
North
pointed.
Carolina.
Who do you
Donalds.
want to see? And she kept trying to say, basically, she doesn't know yet.
Blumenauer.
Because
Jeffries.
McCarthy has not decided
Blunt
to let it go.
Rochester. Jeffries.
He is still
Buffert.
part of the swamp.
Hearn.
So this is why we have to do this.
Bonamici. Jeffries.
Day in and day out,
Lost.
this is what it is.
McCarthy.
I hope
Bowman.
to be able to meet. I've got to call into my
Jeffries.
representative
Boyle of
to meet
Pennsylvania.
or have a call with my
Jeffries.
representative and introduce a bill
Hakeem.
that is a joint resolution, not a bill,
McCarthy.
to be able to end the state of emergency. With a new Speaker of the House,
Hakeem.
one that is not going to sit there and
Hearn.
say, well, we don't want to put that on the floor yet, because they, in the kill boxes,
Brown.
in the kill box,
Jeffries.
doesn't want it there.
Brownlee.
Like
Jeffries.
Pelosi was doing with
Buchanan.
Joint Resolution 46,
McCarthy. Buck.
HJRS 46.
Buck.
State of emergency
Sean.
is tied to a lot of what we
McCarthy.
need to get rid of.
Baczynski. Jeffries.
Our current crisis
Burchett.
outside of being constitutionally incorrect
McCarthy.
is based upon this. This is the excuse that they're using.
McCarthy.
We are in a state of emergency, so you
Burleson.
can't do X, you can't do Y.
McCarthy.
This
Bush. Jeffries.
constitutional amendment is put on the
McCarthy.
sidelines until the state of emergency is over.
Kamek.
That we've got to have
Kamek.
the state of emergency
McCarthy.
because the pharma,
Caraballo.
big pharma, needs to have
Jeffries.
the emergency use authorizations
Carpal.
to push the jabs.
Jeffries. Cardenas.
This is a problem.
Jeffries.
This,
Carey.
the state of emergency,
McCarthy.
is the foundation on which they are building this
McCarthy.
giant building
Carson.
to remove our freedoms,
Jeffries.
our
Carter of
constitutional
Georgia.
rights
McCarthy.
that are
Carter of
our
Louisiana.
God-given rights, a representation of our God-given rights.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy.
So we're going to see this counter over here on the
Cartwright.
left of the screen
Jeffries.
is going to continue
Kassar.
to be stagnant
Jeffries.
until we've shot enough beanbags
Case. Jeffries.
to McCarthy to have him
Castor.
say, okay, fine,
Jeffries.
fine.
Castor of Florida. Jeffries.
Who do we want to do?
Castro of Texas.
Who do we want for speaker?
Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer.
And they're going to try to
McCarthy.
make it look like this is a
Sherfilis.
a
McCormick.
travesty to democracy
Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries.
in what is happening here.
Cicilline.
Mark my words.
Siscomani.
McCarthy were to be Speaker of the House,
McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts.
we would not see this many people in the
Jeffries.
chambers for the next 4 years, the next
Clark
2
of
years
New
anyway.
York. Jeffries.
There would be a bunch of empty seats in there.
Jeffries.
Bills would be
Klein.
done
McCarthy.
in private rooms,
Clown.
set by the rules,
Donalds.
with proxy votes from
Byron.
representatives who were hired by the people to go here and
Jeffries.
sit in this seat to read these bills
Klein.
and not sit at home in their bathrobe and
Donalds.
slippers.
Cohen.
Saying that they're representing me.
Jeffries.
Some flunky
Cole.
of them their interpretation
McCarthy.
of the bill that they're
Collins.
Mhm.
McCarthy.
even looking at it themselves.
Comer.
Congress has been compromised
Comer.
for quite some time. And what this
McCarthy.
process we're seeing right here today
Connolly.
and for the last 3 days
Jeffries.
is
Correa.
history in the making.
Jeffries. Costa. Costa. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds.
There's 7.
That's it.
Crawford.
It's another stack, another stalemate.
McCarthy.
At this point, we
Crenshaw.
should say, okay, let's end this and save some time and get ready for the next vote
That's what I'm
because
saying.
we're not there. So let's not take this
It's not gonna
time
happen, so yeah.
Crow.
to go any further. But
Jeffries.
procedures are procedures.
Cuellar.
So we play it out.
Cuellar. Curtis.
It's 4 o'clock there.
McCarthy.
I don't know if they'll go for a 4
Davis
today.
of Kansas.
They may go for a break and then bring back for a number 4
Jeffries.
today.
Davidson.
Democrats got a bit rambunctious yesterday and
McCarthy.
called for a vote for a motion to adjourn.
Davis of Illinois. Jeffries.
JM,
Davis of North Carolina.
JM, I agree with you.
Jeffries.
Feels like we're running out
Dean
the
of
clock. And I said
Pennsylvania.
earlier,
Jeffries.
I'm wondering if that
Yes.
has to do with the Supreme Court tomorrow.
Jeffries. Dela Cruz.
Because if you think about it,
McCarthy. DeLauro.
Down. Hey, listen to me.
Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio.
I lost my train.
Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries.
Okay, if you think about it,
Desjardins.
there are 388 members on that list at the Supreme Court.
D'Esposito. McCarthy.
Right now,
Diaz
the only name that is on the list of 20 descendants
Dingle.
is Chip Roy. 5 of those members are freshmen,
Jeffries. Doggett.
representatives elect.
Doggett. Donalds. Donalds.
Now we got 21. Andrew
Duarte.
Clyde of Georgia switched from McCarthy
McCarthy.
to Donalds. This is showing that McCarthy is losing
McCarthy.
support, even though it's just one
Dunn of
individual. That
Florida.
means a lot.
McCarthy.
That means a lot.
Edwards.
So I wouldn't doubt it right now that he's out in the hallway
McCarthy.
meeting with people saying, damn it,
Elsie.
just stop it. I wish I
McCarthy.
could just wave a magic wand
Emmer.
and have Boebert and Gates and
McCarthy.
everybody just stop what they're doing. Of course. It's just like
Jeffries.
any animal that's
Eshu. Jeffries.
being hurt.
Espayat.
It's going to, when backed into a corner, and they're going to start biting and
Estes.
scratching and trying to
McCarthy.
get
Evans.
themselves out of that corner.
Jeffries.
That's where McCarthy is right now.
Rizal.
He's an
McCarthy.
injured animal,
Fallon.
but he's not willing to accept that he'll be allowed to go
McCarthy.
lick his wounds, but not at the position in which he's striving for.
Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy.
It is a refreshing thing to be able to see this occur,
McCarthy.
because
Fitzgerald. McCarthy.
this is what we vote these people
Fitzpatrick.
up there to do.
McCarthy.
And for the
Fleischman.
last 6 years, this hasn't
McCarthy.
happened.
Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher.
So
McCarthy.
what we're
Gates.
seeing,
Hearn. Gallagher.
yeah,
McCarthy.
we're
Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries.
I'm reading something on the screen over
Margarito.
here is why I pulled it back.
McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy.
Roland Bronson has
Robert
just said
Garcia.
that
Jeffries.
an hour ago.
Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries.
Now, this is the case in the Supreme Court.
McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries.
The Supreme Court's schedule
Goldman
of posting
New York.
decisions is always the Monday
House be in
following the
order.
conference, yes. So we won't know
Jeffries.
anything until Monday. Now, don't think for a second that my brothers and I are not prepared for
Gomez.
a denial. We've got plenty of chess pieces still at play,
Gomez.
and we still have our queen. Hey,
Tony
isn't this
Gonzalez.
amazing that just a few moments ago, I was
McCarthy.
likening this process to being like a
Vicente
chess game.
Gonzalez. Jeffries.
Through hard knocks, we have learned
Good of Virginia.
how this political litigation game works. So
Donalds.
keep up the prayers and your letters to the Supreme Court. You count.
Gooden of Texas.
We love every one of
McCarthy.
you. And when this is over,
Gosar.
and when we finally prevail, we want to invite all of you to our house for cookies and homemade ice cream. Yeah, that might be a few,
Donalds.
that might be just a few folks.
Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they do after this.
Green
But you know
of
they're going to take
Tennessee.
a recess on this.
Well, yeah, they're going to take a recess.
Green
And
of
then,
Texas.
Like anybody cares about what yesterday this jerk got up there, and I'll call him a jerk, and said that he was
Jeffries.
casting his vote,
Green of Georgia.
for representatives and his beliefs in Black
McCarthy.
Lives Matter.
Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Grothman. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy.
Yes, that's what I'm
Forsberg.
saying. As long as it disrupts
Jeffries.
all they need is
Alchin.
seven descendants.
McCarthy.
So they've got plenty of buffer.
Houlihan.
The only thing we have to concern
Jeffries.
ourselves with is whether or not
Hoyer.
Democrats throw a hockey puck at us.
Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries.
Because
Hudson. McCarthy.
even though it would be political suicide for
Huffman.
them on the Democrat side of things, I think that if they were
Jeffries.
negotiating with Hakeem
Huizinga.
Jeffries, who knows that he's never going to
McCarthy.
get more than 212,
Hunt.
to go ahead and give up what is needed to
McCarthy.
make McCarthy
Isa.
speaker, just to bring an end to what those
McCarthy.
20 Republicans are doing,
Ivy. Jeffries.
finding
Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries.
basically finding
Jackson of North
17
Carolina.
or so Democrats
Jeffries. Jackson of Texas.
that are long in the
McCarthy.
tooth, and maybe they're not going to run in 2
Jackson
years,
Lee.
to step forward and fall on their sword for it.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries.
They could end this,
James.
and we wouldn't want that to occur.
McCarthy.
But we know that they're all behind.
John Paul. Jeffries.
They're all behind
Jeffries.
having McCarthy.
Jeffries.
They pomp and circumstance. Oh, Jeffries, he voted for himself. How great is that? Me and my T-Rex arm, I have a hard time doing that.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy.
The only thing that I'm really looking forward to by the end of this count is how many more
Joyce
jumped
of
up. Do we
Ohio.
see it go from 21 to 22?
Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kim Blogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Kim of California. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. Beloida. Beloida. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Will the House be in order? Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries.
Stay down off the laps.
Blue. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy.
That is the
Lukemeyer.
concern I was just
McCarthy.
talking about there.
Luna.
Stay down. Stay down. Down.
Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy, Lynch, Jeffries, Mace, McCarthy, Magaziner, Jeffries, Maliotakis, McCarthy, Mann, McCarthy, Manning, Jeffries, Massey, McCarthy, Mast, McCarthy, Matsui, Jeffries, McBath, Jeffries, McCarthy, McCarthy, McCall, McCarthy, McLean, McCarthy, McClintock,
If the 21 people stick to their guns here,
McCollum, Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy,
there'll have to be a
That's
time.
what I'm waiting to see on every count, is if
McGarvey.
21 keeps sticking to it,
Jeffries,
and actually pick up one,
McGovern,
Right.
Jeffries,
not see it drop
McHenry,
Yeah.
to where they're doubling under.
It's hard to see what
McCarthy,
McCarthy's threshold of pain is.
Meeks, Jeffries, Menendez, Jeffries, Mean, Jeffries, Muser, McCarthy, Mfume, Jeffries, Miller
If
of
you're
Illinois,
just joining us, we're
Donalds,
restreaming the
Miller
the
of
not
Ohio,
excuse me, the ninth vote, yeah,
McCarthy,
for Speaker of the
Miller
House,
of West Virginia,
and we are
McCarthy,
discussing
Miller Meeks,
what it is that's occurring
Miller Meeks,
and
Mills,
how it is my belief that this is a good thing
McCarthy.
for America.
Molinaro, McCarthy,
This is the
Molinaro,
democratic way,
McCarthy, Moody,
democracy in action for our constitutional republic.
Moore of Alabama, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, McCarthy, Moore of Wisconsin, Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy, Morelli, Jeffries, Moskowitz, Jeffries, Moulton, Jeffries, Mervan, Jeffries, Mullen, Jeffries, Murphy, McCarthy, Nadler, Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries, Neal, Jeffries, Nagoose, Jeffries, Nels, McCarthy, Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries, Norcross, Jeffries, Norman, Donalds, none of Iowa, McCarthy, Obernolte, McCarthy, Ocasio-Cortez, Jeffries, Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Owens. Pallone.
So again, it's not about
McCarthy.
the names that they're putting up there right now for
Jeffries.
candidates.
Palmer.
It's not about that at all.
Panetta.
What it is about
Pappas.
is
Jeffries.
the message that's being
Pasquarello.
delivered that says, we don't want you, McCarthy.
Jeffries.
And the right thing for McCarthy to do is to stand down
Jeffries. Pelosi.
and say,
Jeffries.
okay, I'll be your
Peltola.
leader of the majority,
Jeffries. Pence.
and we'll call for a
McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries.
committee
Perry.
to get together
Donalds.
to find out who the next
Peters.
speaker should be.
Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger.
But he wants to be speaker so
McCarthy.
bad.
He's earned it.
Oh, that's right. He's
Phillips.
earned the speakership.
Jeffries.
Anything
Pingree.
but.
That
Jeffries.
he doesn't want to have to move
Okay.
everything now that he's already moved.
Yeah, he's already moved into the office.
Porter.
Don't make me have to move the office back.
McCarthy.
I don't want to move all that stuff back out again.
Presley.
You probably should have waited until you were
Jeffries.
actually Speaker of the House
Quigley.
to move your stuff into the suite.
Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy.
And if you're watching me on
Rosendahl.
Twitter, or well, it really doesn't matter where you're watching me, but if make sure you go to your notifications and turn your notification
Jeffries.
bell on so that when I do live streams,
Rouser. McCarthy.
you'll be notified.
Roy.
Now on Twitter,
Donalds.
you can set the notifications to only notify you on my videos
Ruiz. Jeffries.
so that you're not getting hammered every time I do a retweet or a tweet.
Jeffries.
So you can turn that on over there on Twitter.
McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. Austin Scott. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Sherrill. Simpson. McCarty. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen.
So true,
Jeffries.
Aubrey.
Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Spanberger.
You sucking on my shoe?
Sparks. Sparks.
Nitwit.
Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Takano. Tonko. Jeffries.
So Colin Rugg on
Torres of
Twitter
California. Jeffries.
says McCarthy has lost 9 times and is not
Torres of New
gaining
York.
support. Is it time for him to
Jeffries.
step down?
Trahan. Jeffries.
Yes.
Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy.
So the House Democrats
Van Dyne.
said they would support McCarthy
Van Orden.
if
McCarthy.
McCarthy would make a promise to give
Jeffries.
Democrats
Vasquez.
subpoena power in the 118th Congress.
Jeffries. BC. Jeffries. Velasquez.
Not happening.
Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg.
That came out on the post-millennial.
McCarthy. Walz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters.
Order. What a look at this winch.
Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy.
That woman needs to be removed from Congress, people.
Westerman.
People need to wake up, smell the cappuccino.
Wexton. Jeffries. Wild.
Well, you're right. They don't engage. They don't engage in the actual knowledge of knowing who it is you're voting for. Just as, because they, I don't want to get into the politics. That is so tiring. It's tiresome to think about politics. Just put Waters down. What the hell?
Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
Try to come up with a name outside of Congress who you think would be a good Speaker of the House.
Call the names of the members elect who did not answer the first call of the roll. Arrington. McCarthy. Buck. Buck.
Where'd Buck go?
Costa. Jeffries.
He missed the vote altogether today.
Cuellar. Jeffries.
Yeah, term limits. It's a good point, Lisa.
Doggett.
You're never going to see term limits
Donalds.
coming out of the House of Representatives. Can't get that bug out of my throat. It's not going to happen. I would encourage you all to look at Article 5 of the Constitution, however. Go to conventionofstates.com.
Gomez. Jeffries.
Sign the petition.
Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Grothman. McCarthy.
Weathercat says Harmeet Dillon. I don't know, after seeing Trey
Kim of
on
California.
with Hannity.
McCarthy.
With Chavez? Possibly. Possibly a good one.
Miller Meeks. McCarthy.
Especially after what he did last night with Hannity. Yeah.
Salazar. McCarthy. Austin
Bradley
Scott.
says let's make President Trump Speaker.
McCarthy.
I got news for you. If he was Speaker,
Cheryl,
The
Jeffries,
comedians would have enough material to keep them busy for a couple of years.
Spanberger, Jeffries.
And by comedians, I also talk about the mainstream media, the alphabet
Sparks,
soup.
Present.
Thank you, Brenda Street.
There it is. Nothing changed.
So we got Buck came in. Must have. Because there's 434 there.
Yeah.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the call of the room, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
It's 434, right? 12, 413. Yeah, it's 434. So everyone has been, everyone's accounted for. All right, Katie, just give me a second. Okay, I just posted a link to conventionofstates.com. And what conventionofstates.com is, it's tied directly to Article 5. It's a grassroots movement to use Article 5. Article 5 of the Constitution okay. So Article 5 of the Constitution, let me mute this out a moment. Article 5 of the Constitution has to do with, I'm going to bring it up here on the screen just a moment. So we'll go down here to Article 5. Okay. I'll put it up there rather than reading it to you out of the big book. Okay. So Article 5 of the Constitution says, the Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution. Now, this is where people get tripped up, where they haven't read the Constitution. In reality, what you have to do is you kind of pick that apart piece by piece. The Congress, whenever 2/3 or both of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution. Or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution. When ratified by the legislatures of 3/4, so we had 2/3 to call for the amendment, and now we're at 3/4, 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made to the year 1880 or and 8 shall in basically we go back here, when ratified by legislatures of 3/4 of the several states or conventions of 3/4 thereof. So basically Article 5 says that we don't need Congress to make amendments to the Constitution. Congress is never going to make a law or a constitutional amendment that gets rid of their ability to make a career. They're never going to do that. So Article 5, going to the conventionofstates.com, get your petition in, the petition in this grassroots structure. They will send the petition onto your state legislature to bring a vote or a hearing to join the Convention of States. I believe we're at 19 states. So 2/3 majority to bring forth an amendment for the Constitution would be 34 states. 38 states, or 3/4, would be needed to ratify the amendment. So we have 27 amendments right now. So if you had a 28th amendment proposed to say that term limits for the House and for Congress, okay, term limits for the Senate and for the House of Representatives. So you would say 6 years for a congressman or a congresswoman and 12 years or 2 terms for a senator. So something along those lines. You would draw that up and you would have an amendment, very much like this 22nd Amendment was done for the presidential seat, for the President of the United States. Now, it is the people of the United States making the decision on what is the amendments for our Constitution. Article 5. We're going to keep an eye on this over here. See if we're going to go into a motion to adjourn or whether we're going to bring forth a fourth ballot for the day.
They're all looking at their watches.
They're all looking at their watches, of course. We got a hot date tonight. You know, why should we do something for the American people when we've got George Soros and
it's going on 5 o'clock. Come on, it's time to go home.
Oh man, you know, I'd
Happy
be sitting
hour
over there.
starting.
I'd be over there saying, "Where's the pizza? Bring in the pizza.
Happy hour.
Paper plates.
Happy hour starting.
Back we go."
Rush hours picking up. Come on, folks. It's time to go home.
Yes. Oh, you're quite welcome, KD.
We've had to work 3 days in a row now. On top of that.
Yeah.
Be here 3 days in a row. So.
Oh my goodness. I don't know that.
They're gonna need a
I don't know
month
that I
off
need.
after this.
Oh right, yeah. We're gonna take a month, kind of recuperate
Get
from
their
this
feelings
deal.
back in order.
Oh yeah, got to do that. Get everything back in order and be ready for that phone call or for that Zoom call to do an amendment vote. Yeah, Bradley. Yeah. So he says that pizza and a shot glass of whiskey.
There you go.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you right there. So,
Sign me up.
right?
We can go all night at that rate.
All right, let's look at the tally. I'm going to bring the tally back up, and now that the tally is up there, we've got some discussions to have here. What do you see? Tally is 200 for McCarthy instead of 201. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. What do we have? So, because
Will change because it came up before.
right?
We're missing
Oops.
somewhere.
We're missing one person. Oh, Bucks.
Yeah, King Buck wasn't there.
Buck wasn't there.
All right.
So the
Oh,
tally
yeah.
is shy one for McCarthy. Now, why not? Why did Buck not come and be counted? So I'm going to open up this audio. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back.
And that is from Billy House of Bloomberg.
So we'll take a look and see what it is that they've got that they're playing with here, and then we'll come back to that. But the who's to say what happened to Buck? But Buck yesterday had announced that he was not going to vote for McCarthy but 5 times, and then he's voted for him 8 times. And so, that's
Makes me curious as to why he didn't vote this time.
Yeah.
Somebody had him out distracted and they were talking to him about something.
He's on the fence. He's on that, he's probably sitting there going, what do I do? What do I do? I would have thought that these 28 members, or now 21 members, would have given up by now. But at the same time, let's be real. The fact is that McCarthy doesn't have the numbers.
Right.
And McCarthy, because these congressmen and women are going to hold their ground. Boebert's going to hold her ground, and you get 7 of them that hold their ground, this can go on for a very, very long time. And so what do we want? We want McCarthy to step down from the position of Speaker. He can absolutely stay in his position as leader of the majority, and then make Steve Scalise majority whip. He's been good at that in the past. I see no reason why he couldn't continue that. You've got Jordan that you put in charge of committees.
Yeah.
So you keep that going. Everybody is going through this thing right now, and it's kind of like we've become complicit. Members in the House have become complicit. They're so used to not doing anything that this is now hurting. They feel hurt that these people are pushing this.
We've always had the majority. Why don't you just agree with us? It's
Right.
always been this
Yeah.
way. Why are you trying to change it now?
That's right. Why are you quit bucking the system? Well, the system is
Broken, and that's what they're trying to fix.
correct. And this is exactly how you fix it. You fix it by forcing this. And I do not believe that this is going to go quickly. It's, we could be looking at a new record breaker like we did in 1855, 56. 2 months was a long time back then. Okay. 2 months it could go now. They're trying to put the pressure on these Congress people, on these congressmen and congresswomen.
Well, they tried the wrong kind of pressure.
They tried their own.
With,
Yeah.
like threatening them.
That was a wrong move. That was a very wrong move for them to threaten these members with, well, we'll just set you in a dark corner in your office and you can sit there and twiddle your thumbs because we won't put you on any committees if you don't vote for McCarthy.
Give you an office the size of a closet. You can sit there.
In the basement somewhere. Yeah, in the basement somewhere. No window. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll give you the office for the most junior of representatives. Well, for the 5 new folks, that's going to happen anyway for a bit. But Luna, for instance, from Florida, well, we have to make change in here. And, I can see Debbie Wasserman Schultz is over there right now talking to Matt Gaetz. This is another person that should already be in jail. Okay. This person, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, right here, should already be in jail for election interference. In the 2016 election, she interfered when she was running the DNC. Now she's sitting here having a passionate conversation with Matt Gaetz. Who knows what? Man, I would give anything to be a microphone on the lapel, in the house right now. So it would be like a fly on the wall, a microphone on the lapel. To hear what these people are talking about. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You're a threat to democracy. No, what you're seeing right here today is democracy. You mean a threat to our constitutional republic? I think it was absolutely the right thing for Gaetz to do, Aubrey, when he came out and told everyone that he had been threatened. That was the right thing to do. Okay, let's turn the sound on and see what's happening over here.
Of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Now, I don't see anyone sitting there butting the seats, so they're going to adjourn, I think. Sit down. Doesn't make him speaker, dummies.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200.
Again, sit down. You stand up there and take your bows, buddy. That's your 9th loss.
The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 3. With 1 recorded as present.
Oh.
No member
Sorry about that, folks.
Haven't received a majority of the votes cast,
Got to switch it
a
back.
speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the
Here we
House.
go, fourth of the day. And I'm going to say same old playbook. Here we go.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
There see kids.
The American dream is a dream The American dream is a dream worth fighting for. And I know in my hearts of hearts that Kevin McCarthy is the man to lead us as we work to fulfill that dream for everyone in every state and in every district. Everyone in this chamber understands the need to serve our constituents. It's who elected us, and it's our responsibility. Kevin understands this as well as anyone. He has dedicated his life to spreading opportunity for all through the private sector and the public sector. You know, this place is a special place for me. My first time on the Hill was back when I was an intern in 2003. My mom visited, and I remember walking her around the halls of Congress as if I owned the place. Well, just a few days ago, I got to walk my mom around one more time this special place, but now as a member-elect of the United States House of Representatives. The American dream is alive. I believe it. I've gotten to know Kevin McCarthy well. He secured a Republican majority
Shannon, that's
in the
true.
United States House and laid
Nothing
out a
can be
plan to
done until they
deliver
choose to
for the
speak.
American people. There's one thing that I know about Kevin McCarthy. He cares about the American people. He cares about our country and is here
He cares about the
not to
money.
be somebody, but to do something. And that has been laid out in his commitment to America, to fight for an economy that is strong, a nation that is safe, a future that is built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. This I can strongly get behind. This country gave me and my family an opportunity to achieve the American dream. Friends, I was born in Mexico. The best way that I can tell you who I am is through a short conversation I had with my dad when I told him I was going to run for office. This conversation, of course, in Espanol, in Spanish. My dad asked me, Juan, where else could we have our story? We come to this country, we immerse in the culture, we learn English, we go through the long journey and become US citizens. He said, I drive a bus my whole life, and now my son has a shot at becoming a member of the United States Congress. Where else in the world could we have our story? Yes. But where else in the world could any of us have our story? Regardless of our background, regardless of where we come from, what side of the aisle we sit on, we have the privilege and opportunity to sit here today as part of a historic moment, fighting for what we believe. The answer of where else is nowhere else, only here. I trust Kevin to fight for that American dream because he's a product of it. We're all a product of it. He gets it and understands that a government accountable to the people is the best tool to ensure that our future generations continue to have a real shot at the American dream. So let's be proud of our stories. Let's be grateful to God for it all. And let's get to work to ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to write their own story. Being a representative isn't a job title. It's a job description. The eyes of the world are on us as we are airing our grievances. That's the cost of leadership. The leadership that comes from this body. So let's act like it. Let's step up to that calling that our country needs and our districts expect from us. I am confident we will resolve this issue and will stand united to fight for the values that matter to the American people. The American people who sent us here to tackle inflation, to protect our border, to hold the executive branch accountable. It's time to do the job we were entrusted to do, to get results for the American people that sent us here. And the best person to lead us in this journey and in this fight to defend the American dream for all is Kevin McCarthy. And I am proud to stand here before you today as the first naturalized citizen in the history of Arizona to win a congressional seat. Proud of the work of my parents, my dad, who drove a bus for most of his life, my mom, a homemaker. We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment. Didn't own a home until I was in college. But my story is not unique. I washed cars with my dad in the same neighborhood that our office sits today. We're not here celebrating one particular story. We're here celebrating the American opportunity, only found here. Being born from this body as well, as the opportunities of our country have gone. And all of you in this room have that story. I strongly believe that we all have a car wash story, the story where we began. And in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the obstacles, we are here. And each one of us are a testament to the opportunity and the greatness of this country. And that is why we are here. And I strongly believe that Kevin McCarthy is the person to lead this body in this new fight, this next 118th Congress. So, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise again to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
Thank you for saying that. I apologize. I didn't realize I was muted. So let me go through that all again since they're still blowing in the smoke up there. What I was saying before I so rudely left my mute on is I was reading a tweet from Rogan O'Handley that Brian Kilmeade of Fox and Friends referred to the Republican congressman not voting for McCarthy as insurrectionists and saboteurs. And I say, shame on you. Now, I haven't watched Fox and Friends or Fox at all, actually, since November 4th of 2020. Thanks, folks. Yeah, I didn't catch the fact that I had my microphone muted. So, what are we going to do about Fox? They've joined the family of MSNBC and CNN. We'll go back over here and turn the sound on for see who.
Order rise.
Madam Speaker, I would like to rise to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I've known Byron for roughly about 4 years now, and being that he's from the state of Florida, I can tell you that I've come to know him on both the campaign trail and personally. But I want to clarify something real quick to my colleagues across the aisle. What you're seeing with this discussion does not mean that we are dysfunctional. And in no way, shape, or form will a Democrat ever hold the gavel to a Republican-controlled House.
Hey. Come on, Luna.
Discussions and dialogues have actually been good for the American people. And although
Yes,
the
they have
media
been.
tries to pit us against each other, I can tell you that it's been something that we need as a country. There are people that are frustrated with this process. Byron, through this entire time, has done something that I think most leaders should do more of, and that is listen. Respect people when they're talking. Understand the needs of the American people. Be willing to take negotiations, but also to realize when is a proper time to stand your ground on certain things. I asked my colleagues today to support him. I think he's an incredible representation of what this country is, and that is exactly why he has my vote for Speaker of the House. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hearn of Oklahoma for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
It's as simple as that, folks. Let's start getting somewhere with this. Realize the facts. Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. Let's elect a Republican who can unify our conference, who is a true leader. I'm casting my vote for Kevin Hearn, and I hope you will as well. I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
So I'm going to go ahead and mute them over there, and I'm going to play this Brian Kilmeade section.
Discuss ways to get around this and try to come together today at noon.
Right, but here's the thing. If you picture just how insincere the insurrectionists are, I probably should use that word, the people that don't want to vote for Kevin McCarthy.
Discuss ways to get around this and try
Okay,
to come
so
together today at noon.
Right, but here's the thing. If you picture just how insincere the insurrectionists are, I probably should use that word, the people that don't want to vote for Kevin McCarthy.
Discuss ways to get around this and try to come
So the
together
three of
today
them are
at noon.
complicit.
But here's the thing. If you picture just how insincere
in this in his comment. First of all, he said insurrectionists. I probably should not have said that. But then Steve and Kaylee, that's not Kaylee. No, it's not Kaylee. But anyway, I forget her name. I haven't watched in long enough. Said saboteurs. And then all three of them said saboteurs. So shame on them. Shame on them. This is a process that must be done. And like I've said, it's been 6 years since we've seen this type of a debate go on the floor of our people's house. It's been 6 years. So to those people, I have my dog is down here making all kinds of noise under the desk here. So these people that keep saying this is the parrot process. The fact that they're using these words should tell you something about these people and their true commitments to this process of democracy in our constitutional process and our constitutional republic. When these people make comments like that, they're done in my book. I will never listen to Killmeat again. I will never listen to Steve again. They're injecting their opinion, but their opinion, it's just like, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one, and they pretty much all stink. But this is wrong for them to say this. It's wrong for Hannity to badger a member of Congress the way that he did last night. These 21 individuals are standing up for you and me. We should give them that respect, because the other 200 are not. They are not. But they believe they are. But they are emboldened to the money. They're emboldened to the ideology that they think that you know what, we're having change and just taking over the House. We've got Pelosi out. We've got all, and they think that's enough. It's not enough, because the House of Representatives right now is the pig, and putting lipstick on the pig from one speaker to another that's been there isn't going to make it anything else but a pig, lipstick or not. And that needs to be recognized by everybody in the United States of America. And you all need to put the pressure on your representatives. Light up the phone lines and say no to Kevin McCarthy. He has proven in the last 4 years that he is a member of the swamp, that he is beholden to the cash king, giving our money, our taxpayer dollars, to the Ukraine. I saw a meme earlier today that was Zelensky out there saying, hurry up and vote for your Speaker of the House because I need my paycheck. Couldn't be more true. So we've posted the House rep's phone number or the directory on how you can get your representative's phone number. Call your representative and let them know that you say no to McCarthy and they should say no to McCarthy. And if that individual you speak to at your representative's office, assuming it's a Republican representative, says, well, then who do you believe should be speaker? Say, I don't know. Maybe McCarthy should hold a committee and take names and discuss it in a democratic way. Because that's what this is. They're getting irritated on the Democrat side of things right now. They think it's a joke. Look at that.
Yeah, they're all yucking.
They're all yucking it up, yeah. So
They're not showing the count this time.
they don't have the count up there, no. So
Donalds,
somebody's asleep at the wheel.
Clyburn, Jeffries, Clyde, Donalds, Cohen, Jeffries, Cole,
All right. So the
McCarthy.
current number is 28
Collins.
McCarthy, 33 Jeffries, of course,
McCarthy.
is changing. And Hearn
Homer.
is 3.
McCarthy, Connolly, Jeffries, Correa, Jeffries, Costa, Jeffries, Courtney, Jeffries, Craig,
Jody
Jeffries,
Giddings, this is an
Crane,
absolutely true statement.
Hearn,
Absolutely true statement, Jody.
Crawford,
The fact that McCarthy won't step
McCarthy.
aside tells you everything you
Crenshaw.
need to know. They need to call for order in that.
McCarthy,
Especially my congressman is sitting right there with the glasses on in the middle of the screen.
Jeffries,
Right there.
Crow,
Yucking it up.
Jeffries,
Not paying attention.
Cuellar,
Yeah.
Jeffries, Curtis, McCarthy, Davids of Kansas, Jeffries, Davidson, Davidson, Davis of Illinois, Jeffries, Davis of North Carolina, Jeffries, Dean of Pennsylvania, Jeffries, DeGette, Jeffries, De La Cruz, McCarthy, DeLauro. May the House be in order.
Thank you.
DeLauro, Jeffries, Del Bene, Jeffries, DeLuzio, Jeffries, DeSagne, Jeffries, Desjardins, McCarthy, D'Esposito, McCarthy, Diaz-Balart, McCarthy, Dingle, Jeffries,
Dingle Jeffries.
Jeffries, Donalds, Donalds,
Donald's is not in the room.
Duarte,
votes. The last 3, he hasn't been in there.
McCarthy.
He called his name the first time.
Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. Dunn of Florida.
When this goes on for the next month,
Edwards. McCarthy.
I mean, I
Ellison.
hope that tomorrow's conference at the Supreme Court
Emmer.
has some motion.
Emmer.
No, Regina May.
Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo.
Jeffries will not be speaker.
Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries.
He has 212 Democrats
McCarthy.
votes. That's it. He won't get
Evans.
any more than that because that's all the
Jeffries.
Democrats.
Ezel.
So he will not get more than 212.
Fallon.
The only way that could go up is if they go over and snatch some Republicans to vote for him.
Fallon.
And I don't see that happening.
Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad.
They've started letting go of the decorum.
McCarthy.
Yucking it up, chuckle, yuckity, 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 yuck going on in the back. You want to talk? Go out in the hallway.
Fleischman.
Show some decorum.
McCarthy. Fletcher.
I'll tell you what, if I was speaker, that's one of the rules I'd be making.
Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries.
See, and it would be political
Right.
suicide. Let's just say for a moment that you had George Soros going over
Fulcher. McCarthy.
saying to
Gates. Hearn.
a bunch of Republicans, I'll make it worth your while to vote for Jeffries.
Gallego.
It's political suicide, number one.
Garamendi.
They wouldn't be on any committee whatsoever.
Jeffries. Garbarino.
And I would be willing to bet that their constituents would go for a
Mike
recall on them
Garcia.
as well.
McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries.
We've been putting up
Garcia
with
of
enough of
Texas.
this swampy, sucky.
Well, there you go. They just said he doesn't have to
Jimenez.
vote.
Yeah.
11th speaker rule possible.
Jimenez.
Yep.
Golden of Maine.
I say go for the fifth today. Don't even sit there and say, well, motion to adjourn.
Goldman of New York. Jeffries.
Slide out.
Well, Canada, you need to know. In 1855, at the 1855-56, in 1856, when they were looking for a speaker, it went for 2 months before they finally chose a speaker, doing this same process. A lot of people are, I've seen out there this morning and yesterday that we haven't been down this road in over 100 years. We have graduated beyond having this kind of thing. Then you would be a part of the problem, because this is what is needed. If we see this go out 2 months, each time there is a, it's an equivalent of a no confidence vote on the speaker or on the leader of the Republican majority, McCarthy. And he's refusing to say enough's enough.
He's earned this position.
Yeah, he's earned
this. He deserves it.
He deserves it. He earned it. That's right. Okay. Thanks for putting those counts up, Joe. Appreciate that. Take a couple of. I'll see the metaphor.
Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy.
By the way, welcome to
Gosar.
Canada. Canada's in the house.
Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Granger.
So Buck was not present for the fourth vote of the day, the fourth ballot.
Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy.
Nadler almost always looks like that, so it's hard to
Green of
read him.
Tennessee. McCarthy.
There's definitely been a loss of decorum over the last couple of days.
Green of Texas.
Oh, here we go.
Jeffries.
What a blowhard.
Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy.
Got my dog is sitting back there keeping
Yes.
Mr. T's chair warm.
McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Higeman. McCarthy. Carter of California. Jeffries. Harris. Hearn. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries.
Okay, we got the counts back up.
Hearn. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy.
See, this is a really good strategy, I think, from these 20 individuals.
Hill.
If only there was a name that they could put up there that would be a good representation. Everybody's arguing the fact that McCarthy has already got the rules package together. He's got everything set to be able to hit the ground running, quote unquote. Well, that's a problem. The rules package is basically a carbon copy of the Pelosi package that they're moving forward. That all needs to be thrown in the trash can, and a new rules package put together that represents the people.
Hudson.
So far as the committee construction and everything else, that's an easy fix.
Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kamala Rideau. Jeffries. Packard. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy.
I'll be right
Kelly
back,
of
folks.
Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Latrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCollum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks.
All day, every day, McCarthy.
McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Negus. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa.
Now look at McCarthy.
McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries.
I have to find
Owens.
another way of being able to mute my mic, because even though I
McCarthy.
click the button, sometimes it doesn't unmute me. I apologize.
Pallone.
This is the most democratic I have seen the House in 6 years.
Palmer. McCarthy.
This is what we should be seeing every day.
Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Patterson. Jeffries. Lugar. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree.
This is,
Jeffries.
you know,
Hokan. Jeffries.
a historic
Porter.
event.
Jeffries. Posey.
You've got these 21 individuals that are
Presley.
holding their ground,
Jeffries.
saying
Quigley.
we don't care
Jeffries.
at this point who
Ramirez.
speaker is, as long as it's not
Ramirez.
McCarthy.
Raskin. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy.
And they are fighting tooth and nail to keep the swamp in control of the
Rogers
House.
of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. Rose.
You don't threaten members of
Rosendale.
Congress to get your way.
Rosendale. Hearn. Ross. Jeffries.
These members need to start
Brownson.
practicing a little bit more decorum.
Roy.
They're all kick.
Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Santos. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon, Jeffries, Schakowsky, Jeffries, Schiff, Jeffries, Schneider, Jeffries, Skolton, Jeffries, Schreier, Jeffries, Schweikert, McCarthy, Austin Scott,
Look at all that sidebar conversations going on.
David Scott, Jeffries,
It's a joke.
Scott
These are
of
supposed to
Virginia,
be your representatives, people.
Jeffries, Self,
It's a sad day to say that right now we only have
So-
20 out of 435 reps actually doing their job,
Self, Donald,
representing the people.
Sessions,
And the amount of lies that are
McCarthy.
coming out, even from the Republicans, I'm
Sewell,
hearing, oh, I'm getting all these phone calls from these people who say that they just need
Sherman.
to stop doing this and blah, 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 blah.
Jeffries,
That the majority of the Republicans out there in
Jeffries,
America
Simpson,
don't want this to occur. They want McCarthy.
Simpson,
I think Elon Musk needs to run a poll because
Slatkin,
a couple of individuals ran a poll,
Smith of Missouri,
and that poll had more than 70,000 people
Smith of
on
Missouri,
Twitter
McCarthy,
voting no to McCarthy.
Smith of Nebraska,
95% of the poll.
Smith of New Jersey,
So that's with a relatively unknown person running the
Smith
poll.
of Washington, Jeffries, Smucker,
You get Elon Musk running that poll.
Sorensen,
You get a better
Jeffries,
representation of how many people don't want McCarthy.
Jeffries, Spanberger, Jeffries, Sparks,
And like I said, I don't think it should be anyone that has a seat in the House of Representatives.
Sparks,
I think it should be an outside party that is beyond
Stanford,
reproach, that
Jeffries,
loves the country and represents
Stanton,
what the people want,
Jeffries, Stauber,
and go by this
Steele,
right here.
McCarthy,
Not creating some
Stefanik,
rule book
McCarthy,
that says, well, we've got 435 seats down there on the floor.
Studi,
You don't have to come in
McCarthy,
to vote. You can vote by proxy.
Stevens, Jeffries,
You
Stewart,
can vote by proxy. Why not?
Strickland,
Bull. We
Jeffries,
vote for
Strong,
representatives to represent us
McCarthy,
on that floor.
Swalwell, Jeffries, Sykes, Jeffries, Takano, Jeffries, Tenney, McCarthy, Tenadon, Jeffries, Thompson of California, Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi,
I got this this
Jeffries,
particular book
Thompson
this
of Pennsylvania,
from Walden
McCarthy,
Books. However, you can get this
Tiffany,
exact book on Amazon.
McCarthy,
Okay.
Timmons,
Let me find it and I'll put a link up there for you.
McCarthy, Titus, Jeffries, Talib, Jeffries, Takuda, Jeffries, Taco, Jeffries, Torres of California, Jeffries, Torres of New York, Jeffries, Trahan, Jeffries, Trone, Jeffries, Turner, McCarthy, Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy.
Barnes and Noble, I'm
Van
sorry,
Drew.
not Walden.
McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. Wahlberg. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Watson Coleman. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida.
I've had this thing for a lot of years.
Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer to the first call of the roll.
Bacon. McCarthy. Vice. McCarthy. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds.
So here is a link
Buck.
for this book.
Kimmick. McCarthy.
And this
Davidson.
book has the Constitution and selected writings of the Founding Fathers. So it has the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all the amendments, plus the Articles of Confederation or Confederacy.
Dunn of Florida.
So you've got the Constitution is pretty much the back side of this. That's everything's right there. Everything that's in the front side
Hammer.
is
McCarthy.
the writings of the Founding Fathers. So it's pretty good.
Fallon. McCarthy. Jimenez. McCarthy. Hearn. McCarthy. Hello. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Rose.
Well, thank you, folks, for coming in. Please like, share, and turn on your notifications. And if you're on Twitter, you can turn on your video notifications so you don't have all of the tweets and retweets blowing your phone up or blowing your computer up.
Present.
You're welcome, Katie.
Wahlberg. McCarthy. Watson Coleman. Jeffries.
What? They were already counted, I think.
If there are
President is
any
one.
members elect who did not answer the roll,
It's
then they may come to
434
the
right
well
there.
and vote
So
at this time.
that's it. We go into an 11th now. Question is, are we going to do this tonight, or are they going to try and file a motion, make a motion to adjourn until tomorrow? I'm not seeing any buffering on my end, Brenda. Maybe on yours. Is there buffering going on, folks? Okay. I think it's on your end, Brenda. Thanks, Wild and Free. Well, I see McCarthy's down by 1 now. I wasn't paying attention. Did Buck vote? Hey, South Africa is in the house. Hey, Aubrey. I'll go ahead and mute that. So, yeah, it's been bumped. That's why. Had a bump go on there. Just a moment. That'll work. That'll do it for now. So, tight quarters for having Mr. T join in, but we'll be looking for a way to do that. Let's see. So Buck is on the way to the doctors. So this is probably going to happen over and over again. I don't see McCarthy actually doing the right thing. After all, several members are wanting to start impeachment paperwork for Biden. You like that, Lisa? Yeah. Well, I'm at home, so the way this is going down, you've got McCarthy believes that he is due this, that he has earned this to be speaker. I would say no, he has not earned the speaker's position at all. I don't trust him, especially what I've seen recently and over the last 4 years him doing.
I'll bet that's it for the day, boss.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's it.
I'll be curious when they come back.
Yeah, we'll have to sit there and watch that. See.
Same count.
Yeah. Well, Buck
is gone.
Buck is gone. He has gone to the hospital.
Oh, really?
To the doctors, I mean, not the hospital. I guess he had an appointment. So we may see a motion to adjourn or a recess at best.
It's 6 o'clock there.
Yeah. So McCarthy is not going to give this up because they're chomping at the bit to start impeachment process for Biden. And what you haven't heard is that they're also going to look to impeach Harris as well. Upon the impeachment of Harris, what you will find is that McCarthy, if he was the speaker, would be president. Next in line to be president. So he has a hard time giving that up because I think he knows something that we don't.
Yeah, what could be coming down the pipe?
It wouldn't take but a few Democrats to join forces with him and throw the resident and the vice resident out by virtue of getting some Senate votes, Democrat votes, pushed over to the Republican side after impeachment. So that's a hard thing for McCarthy to give up. So I really commend these 21 individuals for holding their ground. So Brenda, the buffering is on your end. And what it is that I turned off what is taking up bandwidth on your side. Because you're the only one that's got it, hon.
Yeah, I didn't even have any buffer on Big Green.
Yeah. Right. As I said earlier, Giovanna, they don't know who they want for speaker. If one of these individuals that they speak about were all of a sudden chosen by the rest, they would take that. But
They just know they don't want.
they just know they don't want McCarthy. They know that they want McCarthy Just do what's right, and to call up a committee and put names in a hat and say, all right, you guys obviously don't want me, so I'm going to do what is right for the American people and remove my name from the drawing for Speaker. And that's correct, JM. If they knock out Biden and Harris, and they were removed by getting some Senate Democrats to move over and remove them, impeach both of them, then yes, McCarthy becomes president. That stands true for anybody that's going to be put into that speaker's position, which is why we've got to be careful about who we put in there. That would wind up being president for the remaining 2 years to 24's election. So this is what we're dealing with here. Whoever is chosen to be speaker has the potential, a very real potential, I might add, of winding up as president in the next couple of months. True statement. To give you an example, if somehow my name were put up there, Gray Wolf for speaker, and everybody said, okay, we're going to make Gray Wolf Speaker of the House, boom, and I become Speaker of the House. And then articles of impeachment are pushed through from one of the representatives. The House impeaches. It goes to the Senate. And a rally is put through to just get 2 or 3 of those individuals to come forward from the Democrat side and do an impeachment. And then all of a sudden, I would be president, third in succession. And that's the key. That's why there's so much contention. Because this position potentially, that this name that they're putting down could potentially be the president. It's not out of the realm of possibility, wild and free. That is not out of the realm of possibility at all.
His name's been thrown in the hat a couple of times.
Yeah, his name was thrown into the hat a couple of times today. Gates fulfilled a promise. He said that he would put in Donald Trump's name, and he did. Not knowing if Donald Trump would actually serve. But that would be an interesting way to put him back in the White House, wouldn't it? If Donald Trump were to be the Speaker of the House, put together the rules package for the House on how things should run in the House, then impeach Biden, successfully impeach Biden and Harris, making him the president in standing for the remaining 2 years while he runs his campaign for 24. It's an interesting thought. I doubt it will happen. Just my thinking. So there you go. So this is what we're doing. We're fighting this, and right now, as of today, This is step one to cleaning up the swamp, draining it. 6 years in the making, but we've suffered a lot for this, and we're going to suffer more. Because the swamp is deep. The deep state is deep. They have literally killed in the past for this. You had literally people walking around here that look like zombies.
Yeah.
They literally look like zombies.
Well, that's been a long 3 days.
It's been a long 3 days, I know.
Come on.
Pizza and beer is calling, or pizza and shots of whiskey, right?
Month's worth of work in 3 days.
Mm-hmm. So,
Lots of talking going on for sure.
yeah. This is on the Democrat side of the House. So, the one that concerns me out of everybody here right now is MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That is concerning to me. So, we haven't seen any more dissension. We've just seen Buck, who had to go to the doctor. So we'll have to look at this and see where we go from here. Once they're done tallying,
Yes, I'm waiting for them to come up and give the final count. Probably announce what they're going to do next.
there's such a lack of decorum here in just the last 2 days, really, where there's more chatter going on while they're taking roll call on the vote, instead of going out into the hallway, walking across to talk with somebody, and and they have to be bumped or nudged. Hey, she just called your name.
Yeah.
So these people make $175,000 a year to represent you.
Work 5 months.
See, and here we go. COVID theater right here.
Yeah, there's a couple of them in there.
Yeah, COVID theater. You're sitting there amongst 435 people, and you're definitely close enough to catch the virus. It's going to happen whether or not you're wearing your face diaper. Period. It's going to happen. Oh, is it hot in here?
Yeah.
Let me go home to my air-conditioned apartment, and I'll just vote from there. So, We'll wait here and we'll see what we got. You're seeing Tabby Cat.
Oh, yeah, she's fine.
Yeah. Tabby Cat is playing with Mr. T. So you got his. Does he have your attention? You're slapping that finger coming through the serape? Huh?
I know there's something under there.
And there's definitely something underneath there, huh?
Just can't catch it.
Can't catch it. Nope.
All right.
So okay, here we go. Let me take it back over there. Didn't make it dent. Again. And again.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Look at that. They're acting like that's a surprise. Yay! Let me bounce up and down. Come on.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron of the state of Florida has received 13. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7, with 1 answering present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise tonight in the spirit of 1923 to address the House. Madam Clerk,
Does
to
the gentleman
nominate
seek
Kevin,
to
to
nominate
nominate
someone?
Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
First,
Going
let me
into a fifth.
express my deep appreciation of everybody in this room for the work you're doing, Madam Clerk.
Sorry.
Our clerk has stepped up and reflects our House's best tradition of preparation and dedication to this institution, and we're grateful. From the first Speaker of the House, the Honorable Frederick Muhlenberg, to the one that will be elected next, Kevin McCarthy. The role of Speaker of the House is one of the most beloved in American history. The Speaker's mission is to carry out the principled goals and objectives of his or her party, while at the same time protecting this institution and the traditions of the People's House. All the while remaining faithful to that imperative in our preamble of the Constitution to promote the general welfare. It's a difficult job. It takes a special personality with deep affection for the House, robust courage, a sense of humor, and great amounts of humility and patience. I've watched Kevin McCarthy for longer than my 8 years serving in this chamber. And I can say without hesitation that Kevin has brought these foundational traits of leadership to bear for good of this institution and for the good of the American people. It's said that a nation not in control of her finances cannot control her destiny. And I agree. And from our many conversations.
Shoot. Sorry, folks.
Over many years, I have no doubt that our next speaker, Kevin McCarthy, agrees. In the Republican commitment to America, Leader McCarthy charged our Republican conference with taking on his two biggest concerns facing this world and this nation: China and our domestic national debt and deficit. Over the past 2 years,
Can explain why he
we
was
have
behind
lost
the
our way
$1.7
on
trillion.
spending, printing too much money at our central bank and spending here in Congress like drunken sailors. This bad policy palooza has gone into overdrive in the past 2 years with some $5 trillion of new spending demanded by President Biden and now delivered by the House minority, whose own budget chair famously said there's effectively no limit to what America can print, borrow, and spend. Of course, this is madness, and it's not anchored in any economic tenet. And there's not a single one of us here that isn't demanding a return to fiscal discipline. And who can deliver fiscal discipline? Kevin McCarthy. On the point of spending, let me show you a list of everyone who's written me in the 2nd Congressional District who's asked me to cut spending. I'm holding up a blank piece of paper. No one has asked me to cut spending in writing. And there are not many people who get a lot of mail in this House to cut spending and to set spending priorities. In contrast, we get hundreds of letters asking us to increase spending. But we're at a critical point in this nation's fiscal health, and there's one person to help see us through it: Kevin McCarthy. How do I know? Because he said it himself, and he's identified how to do it. In 2018, then Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy brought a balanced budget amendment to the floor of this House.
More action, less talk.
Mr. McCarthy said By our actions, we've shown Washington's spending problem can't be boiled down to a lack of will. It's a problem of structure and process, and everyone knows the process of government funding in Washington is broken. He went on to say, when you change structure, you change behavior. And that no matter what, we know that the structure set up by the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 has only worked to its successful completion 4 times in 44 years. We have nothing to lose by making big changes. That's your next speaker on the floor of this House in 2018. Kevin McCarthy is committed to making big changes. We've heard it in our conference meetings. We've heard it in our rules debates. We know this becomes to reforming the budget process, fighting to bring all 12 appropriations bills to the floor under regular order and on time, and crafting changes to structurally rein in spending in this House. These changes will bring sanity back to our fiscal process. I'm committed to bringing sanity back to the fiscal process, and I hope every member on this floor will be and follow Mr. McCarthy's lead. Much has been said by our friends on the other side of the aisle, my good friends, the so-called popcorn caucus this week, if you will, over the past few days about 1923, and that we're having a robust discussion here among House Republicans as to who will be the next Speaker of the House. Back in 1923, the insurgency among Republicans then was from the center left of the Republican Party. Today, it's from the center right. But there's more to the story in that fight 100 years ago. And I want to remind you of that history. When Fred Gillette was elected Speaker on the 9th ballot in 1923, the outcome was a more robust, more unified Republican conference, one that would go to work with President Calvin Coolidge, cut government spending, balance the budget, cut taxes while paying down the debt. House Republicans 100 years ago unleashed a pro-growth agenda. House Republicans under Speaker Kevin McCarthy will unleash a pro-growth agenda to get this economy moving. That pro-growth agenda benefited families in the 20s. The McCarthy pro-growth agenda will benefit families across this country today. A century later, under the next Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, mark my words, this party will come together to unleash American energy, make the Trump tax cuts permanent, rein in runaway government spending, and fight for a balanced budget. So I stand before you today with unqualified support to nominate my friend, the next Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, we've heard a lot today, yesterday, the day before, about the potential history that may be made in this chamber. But it is worth repeating for the American people watching the history that has already been made by the elevation of the dedicated, talented, passionate, and committed public servant and leader from the state of New York, the first African American, the first person of color to lead any political party in the House of Representatives in the history of our country, and that is Hakeem Jeffries. Madam Clerk, it is with great pride that I rise to nominate the gentleman from New York, the man who has been the lead vote getter 10 times and counting to be the Speaker of the House. Madam Clerk, the last several days have been difficult for the country and for the American people as they have watched what has unfolded in this chamber, as they have seen the dysfunction laid bare on the other side of the aisle. And
It
I
is not
suspect
dysfunction.
Some Americans watching
It is what
will
we are
recall
supposed to
the
do.
dysfunction of years past. My colleague
Best
on the other side
thing,
talked about
yes.
history with
6
Alvin
years
Coolidge
it's been
and the like. I'd like
since
to
we've
take
actually
folks
seen
through
debate on
more
the
recent
floor of the
history.
House.
Because I can tell you that as a member from the great state of Colorado, this is not their first rodeo as far as dysfunction is concerned. 4 years ago today, I was sworn in with my colleagues from the class of 2018 during what became the most difficult and the longest government shutdown in the history of our country. Why? Because of the dysfunction and the chaos on the other side of the aisle. The country then did what it has so often done. It looked to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of one of the greatest speakers in the history of the country, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, that is exactly what we did. If we want to talk about history, let's talk about recent history. 2 years ago, tomorrow, I stood here with so many of you in this chamber as our democracy was attacked, as our colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried to overturn an election. And the country, yet again, did what it has done before. It looked to House Democrats to lead and to govern. And that is exactly what we did when we certified the election and we safeguarded the transfer of power.
And we'll find out if that worked tomorrow.
So here we find ourselves again in unprecedented times, in the early days of the 118th Congress.
Shut.
First time in over 100 years
No.
in which the House of Representatives is unable to organize because the House Republican Conference cannot select a speaker.
Piss off.
It's a sad day for this institution, but the country will do what it has done before. It will look to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, that is exactly what we will do.
Isn't it wonderful how they seem to think that Hakeem
so
Jeffries is going to be
Over the
speaker?
course of the last 3 days,
They know that it can't
about the
happen.
wisdom, the leadership, and the talents of this extraordinary leader from Brooklyn. But let me tell you why I believe that he is the person for this moment. Centuries ago, our nation's second president, John Adams, laid bare his fear that members of this body would gain influence by, quote, meanness, not greatness, by noise and not sense, by ignorance and not learning. Hakeem
They would have you
Jeffries'
believe
leadership
that they
is rooted in greatness.
fixed
and not
everything
weakness.
in the United
It
States.
is rooted in learning.
Well, they fixed
not
everything all
ignorance.
right.
His approach is rooted in
They
common
fixed
sense and
the
not
vote.
the empty and shaded
They
cynicism
fixed
and noise that we
the money
see so
going
often
out
in our political sphere.
to other countries before
He is
going
the
out
leader
to
for our
America.
times, which is why I believe he is the leader for this time. The bottom line, my colleagues, is this. It is 6:30 p.m. here in Washington, D.C. The House of Representatives, this sacred institution, needs a leader. It
It'll
needs
get one.
a speaker. It needs a leader who will inspire us. A leader who knows that our best days are yet ahead. A leader committed to our communities and our Constitution and our country. And I am here to tell you that leader is Hakeem Jeffries of the great state of New York.
Drink some more Kool-Aid, dude.
And so, Madam Clerk, it gives me great honor as the chairman of the House Democratic Communications and Policy Committee to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
That's what we're doing, Karen. We are
Speaker of the House.
doing what
Gentleman
needs
is
to be done
recognized.
here.
My friends, when Donald Trump was president, taxes were cut, regulations were slashed, energy was abundant, wages were rising, capital was returning from overseas to fund the dreams and ambitions of our fellow Americans, and the economy was roaring.
And it was visible.
What a contrast
We don't
to
see
what
any of
we've
that
seen
from your
from this
resident
administration
Biden there,
now.
buddy.
And so
From
I
the other
rise
guy.
to nominate Donald Trump for the position of Speaker of the House. And for all of the vitriol that we hear from the media and at times the left,
Here we go.
there were great moments
Donald
of
Trump for Speaker of the House.
under the Trump presidency. And the Democrat nominee for Speaker knows that well because he led valiantly on the efforts for criminal justice reform, and I was honored to join him. And I know no matter who's sitting in that speaker chair, we got a lot of work to do on that
Ooh,
very issue.
I
We took
kinda
a first
like
step,
that.
but there's a second step and a third step to take, and I'm glad that we were able to work with President Trump, with Republicans, and with Democrats.
Mike
to provide real
W154
outcomes
says,
for Americans,
what if all the
to create
Republicans
greater
are going to
prosperity and
nominate
more
Donald
opportunity.
Trump for Speaker of the
I
House
also care
tomorrow on
deeply
January
about
6th?
President Trump's focus on our nation's veterans. It seemed for
Well,
far too long on the campaign trail, veterans were disregarded, forgotten about. When we would get elected to office, their issues would not always rise and get center stage, but we were able to pass veterans accountability measures. We were able to actually get people fired at the VA who weren't doing their job. What a great thing that would be to extend and continue to nourish. President Trump oriented our views on trade so that we actually put the American people first, not foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home. President Trump knew that we had to confront
we need
China,
Ted Cruz in the
that China
Senate,
had
Julie.
already engaged in a trade war against us, but it was a war that we were surrendering, and so we started to fight back. He stood with our farmers, and on foreign policy, we stopped trying to find a new Jeffersonian democracy to build out of
I'll tell you what,
sand and blood and Arab
if he
militias
was
in
made
the Middle
Speaker
East.
of the
Matter of
House,
fact, President Trump,
the
I believe, is
Democrats
the first president in my lifetime
would
that
try to
start
find a
any new
way
wars.
to
This is
not
an
have to
issue that
show
I
up at
know
all
unites some elements of the right
in the
and
House.
left for the benefit of our communities.
Will the House be in order?
This government for far too long has been deeply corrupt. This town has been deeply corrupt. The way people get leadership positions and chairmanships and opportunities to be able to morally preen has been by accepting lobbyists and special interest money and redistributing that money as currency for favors. And that is
That's a
not a
Roger
criticism of
Dodger.
either political party. It is a criticism of what we have allowed to happen in this place. And if we just go next man up on our side of the aisle, we will reify that corrupt system and we will abandon the people who are expecting us to fight for them. I have heard from my colleagues about all the important work we have to do, and it is my sincere fear that if we were to allow Mr. McCarthy to assume the speakership, that would not get done, that it would be business as usual, and the very same things that have paralyzed progress for both parties would continue to shackle us to never-ending failure. We can be better than that. We can raise our gaze indeed. We also
have to restore to the Speaker's office an actual person that ought to be in the Speaker's office, not the squatter who is currently there. And if the architect of the Capitol is listening, I sent a letter, and I would like to know what the basis is to allow somebody to occupy the Speaker's office who comes in second place 10 straight times. Is there like some basis in law or rule or precedent for that? And so I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again.
I would have thought that I would have heard a bunch of boos coming from the Democrat
For
side of
what
the
purpose does
house.
the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Chair, I rise for the purpose of placing a name in nomination.
The gentleman is recognized.
Oh,
Thank you,
God.
Madam Chair.
Who?
What a privilege we all
Who's he
are
gonna
enjoying
nominate?
tonight. We are
Bob
all
Good.
enjoying as elected members of this great body.
Hearn.
The people's house, as it has been said. What a great.
Oh. Stand by. Gotta love that.
Flag flying above this Capitol building. Looking at the Jefferson and Madison, both Virginians, by the way, libraries of Congress, and pausing to do what probably most of us recognize we fail too often to do, to take it in, this high privilege, this distinct honor that we have to be the people's representatives from our respective districts in this House, here in this Congress. This is the greatest nation in the history of the world. With all of our imperfections and all of our imperfections as people and as a nation, no nation in the history of the world has freed more people, has rescued more people, has ministered to more people, has evangelized more people than the United States of America. And that would be a good time to respond with some applause. There's a reason why people from all over the world are trying to get into this country. Many of them illegally due to the policies of the current administration. But people from all over the world are literally taking on a treacherous journey, risking life and limb, subjecting themselves to abuse to try to sneak their way into our country because they know this is the greatest country in the history of the world. No country in the history of the world has provided more upward mobility, more advancement opportunity to people of all races, all nationalities, all ethnicities like the United States of America. But however, we as a nation, we're teetering on the brink, aren't we? Isn't there just a window of opportunity to save the republic? Crisis after crisis, $32 trillion in national debt. Equates to over $90,000 per citizen, almost $100,000 now per citizen. Some $300,000 per household. When I said that on this very floor a few months ago in a budget debate, the then chairman of the budget committee said, "Stop saying that. We're not asking anybody to pay it back." As if it's not real, as if it's not monopoly. As I heard someone say, don't tell the other side what happens after trillion. What comes after trillion? We just spent $1.7 trillion. Both parties, Republicans joining in the Senate, a few in the House, to pass a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill. Sadly and unfortunately, part of the reason why I stand here today, the kind of bill that has been supported by our former minority leader every time it's come up in the House, no matter who is in control in the 12 years that he has been in leadership.
Hey, Mona.
Contributing to the $32 trillion in national debt. Yes, the other side is better at raising the debt than we are, but we have been participants. We're in crisis. We're in crisis with 5 million illegals having invaded the border in the last 2 years. When
That's a high possibility, Mona.
We're in crisis with the state of our education system, K-12, college campuses, indoctrination of our kids. We're in crisis with the weakening of our military with these NDAA bills. We're in crisis with trampling on our most basic and essential freedoms over the last 2 years in ways we couldn't have imagined pre-2020. Whether we can assemble, whether we can worship, whether we can earn a living, whether we can travel, what we have to put on our face, whether or not what we have to take into our body, whether or not we have to disclose what we've taken in. Trampled in ways we couldn't have imagined just a few years ago. The greatest reflection of where the people in the country are is the House of Representatives. And the people spoke back on November 8th and gave the majority by some 3 or 4 million votes to the Republican Party. It's not the White House, it's not the Senate, it's the people's house that reflects where the American people are, and they've trusted us on this side of the aisle with the leadership of this house. And we have a window of opportunity to validate that trust, to do whatever we can to save the Republic, to earn them giving us the Senate and the White House and this House back in 2024. We have got to have a leader who not only has true conservative convictions that reflect the majority of Republicans who sent us here, but yet a courageous leader. It doesn't matter what you believe, by the way, unless you're willing to take risks to yourself personally to fight for it. We need a leader who is proven to do that very thing. We have an opportunity to make history. We will live with the decision on this side of the aisle for the next 2 years. We will answer for how we voted. And I know how people in your respective districts, like mine, Madam Chair, all the respective districts, how they're telling you to vote. They've been telling me how to vote for 3 years, to vote for transformational change in our leadership of this Republican Party. They've told me not to vote for the status quo, not to vote for the next in line establishment creature of the swamp cartel, but to vote for transformational change. And they're watching us. They're wondering if we'll hang in there, or will we cave, or will we give in, or will we let them down one more time? And I say we're not going to do that. They're looking to us.
Yes, they are.
You look and see what a great job a recent businessman did in the White House. Did things no one else has ever done in the White House. Did things that no one else has ever done to try to change the country. Showed courage and common sense and judgment that we've not seen before. We need a businessman as the Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hearn as Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hearn, who has led the Republican Study Committee's budget task force that I've served on for 2 years and put forth the only balanced budget that I've seen, heck, the only budget that I've seen in the 2 years that I've been here, who fought alongside us to say, why don't
He's
we
going to
adopt
nominate Hearn.
the Republican Study Committee's budget for the Republican Party? And we didn't get agreement to
Hey,
do that.
Zero.
We need someone who will do that. And we need someone who's the head of the largest caucus in the Republican conference, someone like Kevin Hearn. So it's my privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hearn, for Speaker of the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Here we go. Woo. Some decorum, please. All right, I'm ready when you are. These ladies
Adams.
are earning their
Jeffries.
paycheck for the first time in 6
Hall.
years.
McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. Allen.
There should be 223
McCarthy. Allred.
current members of the Republican House there.
Jeffries.
One of the Republicans, the 224th, has gone to
McCarthy.
see the doctor.
Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballot. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Barragan. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Betts. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Byron.
This is a definite good thing that's happening.
Jeffries. Bice.
And it
McCarthy.
wouldn't,
Biggs.
it needs to be done. And again, I say, if you weren't on earlier today, what this is doing is not
Caracas.
showing who they want to be
McCarthy.
speaker,
Bishop of Georgia.
but who they
Jeffries.
don't want to be speaker.
Bishop of North Carolina.
To have that individual,
Donalds.
McCarthy, step down as
Blumenauer.
speaker, or his nomination for speaker,
Jeffries.
and to say,
Blunt Rochester.
who do you want?
Jeffries.
Let's find a name. Obviously, it's not
Bobert.
me. That's what this is
Hearn.
about. I said earlier, it's like the guards at the
Bonamici.
prison house using the
Jeffries.
non-lethal shots of beanbags
Frost.
to take the fight
McCarthy.
out of
Bowman.
prisoners that are being
Jeffries.
unruly.
Boyle of Pennsylvania.
These 21 members of Congress
Jeffries.
are those
Hakeem.
guards firing beanbags at McCarthy, waiting for him
Hearn.
to give up that fight. We do not
Brown.
want McCarthy in this position.
Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy.
With 18 on McCarthy, you can bet
Buck.
that it's going through tomorrow.
Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries.
They've already got over half. of them.
Burchett.
Push another one through.
Mm-hmm.
McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek.
No,
McCarthy.
Jeffries does
Caravan.
not have enough to become speaker.
Jeffries.
He knows that.
Carvajal.
The only way that he can become speaker is if
Jeffries.
you picked up 17
Cardenas.
Republicans switched over. That would be political suicide for those
Cardenas.
Republicans to do that.
Carey.
Not only would it be
McCarthy.
political suicide on their reelection,
Carl.
but it would also mean
McCarthy.
that their constituents would be
Carson.
looking to recall those individuals.
Well, if you got
Jeffries.
212, wouldn't you only need like 6 or
Carter
7
of Georgia.
to swing it?
Yeah, to swing it,
McCarthy.
actually, it would be
Carter
6 or
of
7.
Louisiana.
It would be 7.
You wouldn't want to be those
Jeffries.
7.
You would not want to be those
Carter
7
of
at
Texas.
all.
To swing that.
McCarthy.
Because if those individuals did step
Cartwright.
forward, they would be
Jeffries.
recalled by their constituents.
Kassar.
So he will not.
Jeffries.
This is just the Democrats' bluster.
Case. Jeffries. Caston.
Well, thank you for subscribing there. It's
Castor
now
of
now.
Florida.
It is now
Jeffries.
now. Brian?
Castro of
It's
Texas.
like you said, it
Jeffries.
fit their agenda more
Chavez DeRemer,
enough of theirs.
McCarthy,
Vote McCarthy and hope that they
Sherpalis
keep their
McCormick,
same- or some of their same agenda
Jeffries.
running.
So AMC,
Two.
are you talking about why I said that Jeffries
Jeffries.
can't? I just
Cicilline,
explained.
Jeffries, Cisco Bonney,
Or what do I think it's going through Friday?
Cisco Bonney,
I think it's going through Friday because we already see that McCarthy
McCarthy.
is at 30, and we're
Clark of
seeing
Massachusetts,
4
Jeffries,
dissensions.
Clark of New York,
When we see 7 dissensions, it's done,
Jeffries,
and it's another
Cleaver,
null vote.
Yeah,
Jeffries,
it's almost 7
Klein.
o'clock. There will be after 7 time they're done.
McCarthy,
So
Cloud,
And I don't think that we'll see results tomorrow. I'm saying this will blow through tomorrow.
Clyburn, Jeffries,
AMC.
Clyde, Donalds,
Raven wants to know what makes McCarthy not so good for us. I came in late.
McCarthy has been a sellout,
Cohen.
Raven. He
Jeffries.
has
Cole,
not been America first, and he is saying that
McCarthy.
he's America first. He has
Collins.
sold out. He has agreed to send
McCarthy.
Ukraine millions of dollars,
Comer.
billions of dollars, sorry.
McCarthy,
He has been on the floor of
Connolly.
this house, taking his American flag pin off and
Jeffries.
putting on a Ukrainian
Correa.
flag pin. That's not America first.
Jeffries,
You don't do that in our people's house.
Costa,
He's better representing the people of Ukraine than he
Jeffries.
is the people of America.
Courtney,
Money's being
Jeffries.
approved.
Craig,
All you've got to look at is the fact that the
Jeffries.
Democrats want McCarthy
Craig.
in the speaker's position. And that should tell you everything
Hearn.
that you need to know.
Almost 50% of his votes have went Democratic.
47% of
Crawford.
his votes over the last
There's the
18
seven
months.
right there, boss.
McCarthy,
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah,
Crenshaw.
it's done for the day. So
McCarthy,
that's another thing. It's 47% of his votes over the last 18 months have gone to the Democrats,
Jeffries,
whereas only 7% of Nancy Pelosi's
Crow.
votes went to the Republicans. So there is
Jeffries.
plenty of reasons over the last 4 years to show
Cuellar.
that McCarthy is not an American first individual. He is
Cuellar.
another swamp thing that cannot be
Curtis.
allowed in. And what we're seeing here
McCarthy.
today is a democratic
Davis of
process
Kansas, Jeffries,
where individuals who made promises
Davidson.
to their constituents
Davidson.
that they would make change. It starts here, right
Davis of
in this
Illinois.
position. This is where it starts.
Jeffries, Davis of North
Get
Carolina,
somebody that's not
Jeffries,
proven to be beholden to the big money,
Dean of
to the
Pennsylvania.
donors, to the FTXs. He's took
Jeffries,
$2.1 million
DeGette,
from Sam Bankman-Fried.
Jeffries, Dela Cruz,
Who is he? He was FTX crypto
McCarthy.
laundromat.
DeLauro,
So Sam Bankman-Fried takes
Jeffries,
money from the Ukraine, which we
Delmene.
sent to the Ukraine,
Jeffries,
launders
Deluzio.
it, put $40 million back into the
Jeffries.
Democrats
DeSantis,
for their election campaign,
Jeffries,
and then gave individuals, both
Desjardins.
Republican and Democrats, money
McCarthy,
as well. McCarthy took
Esposito.
over $2 million from Sam
McCarthy.
Bankman-Fried. He's corrupt.
Diaz-Balart,
He
McCarthy,
believes that he has earned
Dingell,
the right to be Speaker of the House.
Jeffries,
I say that
Doggett.
he has earned the right to not be.
Jeffries, Donalds,
To make the Speaker of the House,
Donalds,
the individual that steps into that
Duarte.
position needs to be
McCarthy,
a representative
Duncan.
of America, a representative
McCarthy.
of the Constitution
Gunn
of
of
the United
Florida.
States.
McCarthy,
Force the individuals
Edwards,
in the House of Representatives to be present
McCarthy.
in that room,
Elsie,
in that chamber,
McCarthy,
to do what is going on right now
McCarthy,
on bills,
Escobar.
amendments, discussion,
Jeffries,
conversation, and
Escher.
debate, which has not occurred in 6
Jeffries.
years in that floor,
Espaillat.
on that floor.
Jeffries,
No such
Estes.
thing as a proxy vote.
McCarthy,
We
Evans,
did not hire our
Jeffries.
representatives
Izal,
to sit in their bathrobe
McCarthy,
and their slippers,
Fallon,
drinking coffee behind a Zoom call,
Fallon,
to do the job. They
Finstra,
represent us by going there and having a debate
McCarthy,
for the people to see
Ferguson,
on
McCarthy,
whatever it is
Finstad,
that's on the floor,
McCarthy,
just like we are seeing right now.
Fishbach,
That's what we hire them to do. And they have not done that in 6 years.
Fishbach, McCarthy, Fitzgerald,
It's correct, AMC.
McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, McCarthy, Fleischman, McCarthy, Fletcher,
Possibly a good name, Ron Paul. He's not
Flood,
currently in seat.
McCarthy, Foster, Jeffries, Fushi, Jeffries,
Pretty much, Raven.
Fox,
Jeffries would never see it because
McCarthy,
he's the Democrat. He'll get 212
Lois
each and every
Frankel,
time.
Jeffries,
And
C.
McCarthy is
Scott
not wanted by the Republican Party,
McCarthy,
by the people.
Frost,
He has 200
Jeffries,
supporters
Fry,
in the House.
McCarthy,
But if McCarthy did the right thing and say, you know what,
Fulcher,
I'm withdrawing my name as
McCarthy,
for speaker, he would
Gates,
still be the leader of the majority.
Trump, Gallagher,
Trump is on the
McCarthy,
ticket.
Gallego,
He's on the ballot.
Jeffries,
I don't
Mindy,
seriously, unless McCarthy comes out and
Jeffries,
says, I'm switching my
Garbarino,
support to Trump. And I recommend that everybody do the same. And then you would see
Garbarino,
everybody that's supporting
Mike
McCarthy would
Garcia,
go to Trump. I really don't
McCarthy,
think that the person
Robert
that takes on the
Garcia,
speaker position
Jeffries,
should have a constituent
Garcia
base.
of Illinois,
It should also be a representative. That's my
Jeffries,
personal belief. And
Garcia
nowhere in the
of
Constitution
Texas,
does it say that the speaker has to be
Jeffries,
a member of the House.
Jimenez, McCarthy, Golden of Maine, Jeffries, Goldman of New York, Jeffries,
You have to remember, Speaker of the House is third in succession
Gomez,
for the presidency.
Gomez,
So McCarthy,
Tony Gonzalez,
if he was the speaker, the only reason
McCarthy,
he would be speaker
Vicente Gonzalez, Jeffries, Good of Virginia, Hearn,
would be to put his
Gooden of Texas,
to put forth an impeachment of Biden and Harris. And if they could get a
McCarthy,
couple of individuals in the Senate, Democrats, to
Gosar,
go over,
Donalds,
that makes McCarthy president.
Gottheimer, Jeffries, Granger, McCarthy,
Yeah, you
Graves
and
of
a
Louisiana,
whole lot of other Americans, AMC. And quite honestly, people around the world.
Graves of Louisiana,
It's extremely frustrating.
Graves of Missouri,
See you after dinner,
McCarthy,
JM.
Green of Tennessee, McCarthy, Green of Texas,
Jerry Hood, that's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. That's a good name. I think she would be a good speaker. Here we go. Green of Texas again. Get up there and write a book.
Jeffries,
This guy does this
Green of
all the
Georgia,
time. Instead of just sitting up and
McCarthy,
giving a name, he has to have a diatribe.
Griffith, McCarthy, Grijalva,
Yeah, Texas girl. There's another
Jeffries,
good name.
Grothman,
That's another good name. But I want to see her win a lawsuit.
Grothman, McCarthy, Guest, McCarthy, Guthrie,
When you say he,
McCarthy.
hot coffee, when you
Hageman.
say, can't he just give a name?
McCarthy,
What do you mean by
Carter
that?
of California, Jeffries, Harris, Hearn,
One America, no party. I agree. She would be a great Speaker of the House, but I would really like to see her win the lawsuit and
Hayes.
become the governor
Jeffries,
and have a new election in Arizona to become
Hearn.
governor there.
Hearn, Higgins of Louisiana,
MTG wouldn't be a bad spot
Higgins of
either,
New York, Jeffries,
Mona.
Hill,
But again, she's got her hands full with Georgia.
Hill, Hines, Jeffries, Hinson, McCarthy, Horsford, Jeffries, Houchin,
Yeah, that's all he has to do, hot
McCarthy.
coffee. Just say the name and sit down.
Houlihan,
He's got to sit up there and do that
Jeffries.
diatribe because, he did
Hoyer.
yesterday. He got up there and he said, in the name
Jeffries,
of Black
Hoyle
Lives
of
Matter
Oregon.
and all this stuff. It's a
Jeffries,
joke.
Hudson, McCarthy, Huffman, Jeffries, Huizinga, McCarthy, Hunt,
I don't know that he's going to give up quickly there, hot coffee, to be honest with you.
McCarthy, Ivy,
This means a lot to
Jeffries.
Kevin McCarthy. He
of
absolutely,
Illinois.
I mean, to have a man send Rogers, he
Jeffries.
sent Rogers over to
Jackson
threaten
of North Carolina,
congressmen
Jeffries,
into
Jackson of
voting
Texas.
for him
McCarthy,
that
Jackson Lee,
if they didn't vote for him, that they would not be on any committees. You don't threaten. It is not the mafia, but he's treating it like that.
Jeffries,
So,
Jacobs, Jeffries,
that's the key.
James,
Mona Miller.
McCarthy, Jayapal, Jeffries,
That is correct, Kent. He just needs to back down.
Jeffries,
And the proper thing to do would be
Johnson of Georgia,
I think the Boebert would be a good speaker.
Johnson.
She's
of
got a
Louisiana,
relatively small area of Colorado that's kind of on autopilot.
Johnson of Ohio,
She could represent
McCarthy,
that area, and
Johnson of
she
South
would be a
Dakota,
hot, fired up Speaker of the House too.
McCarthy, Jordan,
Thanks,
McCarthy.
Karen.
Joyce of Ohio, Joyce of Ohio, Joyce of Pennsylvania, McCarthy,
So the thing to do for
Ken
the
Walker-Dove,
speaker position is you've got to have somebody that's beyond
Jeffries.
reproach.
Captor,
When that
Jeffries,
isn't associated
Kane of New
with
Jersey,
the
McCarthy,
deep state,
Keating.
that they're not beholden to the big
Jeffries.
money.
Kelly of Illinois, Jeffries,
And I'll be honest with you, I
Kelly
don't see
of
anybody
Mississippi.
sitting in any chair in there besides
McCarthy.
Boebert.
Kelly
Boebert's a
of
good one.
Pennsylvania.
Biggs is another good one. Andy Biggs of Arizona.
Kelly of Pennsylvania, Kana,
Jordan would be good, but Jordan, I think his
Jeffries.
power is going to be in the committees.
Higgins of Virginia,
I said it earlier
McCarthy.
today, and I'll say it again. When I was
Gildy,
in
Jeffries.
Silicon Valley
Kiley,
as a VP in my
McCarthy.
position,
Kilmer,
I would have to look and see each year I would look
Kilmer.
to see who's going to go up that
Kim
ladder.
of California.
And I would have some very good technicians and some good
McCarthy.
engineers, and I'd say, you know, this person
Kim of
is a
New
go-getter. But if
Jeffries.
I'd been bit in the past by
Krishnamurthy.
finding somebody that was a damn good technician,
Jeffries.
for instance, and I would make them a manager, and their
Custer.
job performance just went to hell in a
Jeffries.
handbasket.
Kustov.
This is the problem when you
McCarthy.
vet somebody for a position. You have to be able to say, what is their synergy?
McCarthy.
Is their synergy capable of handling more on their plate? In other words, doing what they've been doing at such a good job, plus do a good job at something else.
McCarthy.
And that has to be monitored.
LaMalfa.
And we need that in our speaker.
LaMalfa.
To turn this country around starts day one
Lamborn.
right here by
McCarthy.
finding a Speaker of the House
Landsman.
that
Jeffries.
can hit the
Langworthy.
ground running,
McCarthy.
make a plan
Larson of
to
Washington.
do everything in the House
Jeffries.
based on this,
Larson of Connecticut.
based on this,
Jeffries.
everything.
Latta.
And anytime
McCarthy.
a special interests come
Turner.
through, or these George Soros backed companies or whatever,
Turner.
you say, go pound sand.
Lawler.
Somebody that can't be bought. We need that somebody
McCarthy. Lee of California.
to come up as Speaker of the House.
Jeffries. Lee
We also
of
have to keep
Florida.
in mind that upon a successful impeachment
McCarthy.
of Biden and Harris,
Lee of Nevada.
that person would be president. So we have to keep that in mind.
Lee of Nevada. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
AMC, you're talking about Los Angeles Honda? Or is that a name of a person?
Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Lesko. Letlow. Letlow. Levin. Jeffries. Lou. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Luna. Donalds.
So you're hearing a couple of names get kicked around. Donald's,
Latrell.
who's not currently on this
McCarthy.
list of ballot.
Lynch.
Um,
Jeffries.
Byron Donalds from
Mace.
Florida.
McCarthy. Magaziner.
The names that are being tossed out by these representatives,
Maliotakis. McCarthy.
you really can't take them seriously.
Mann.
They're going to give these names out simply to say anyone
Manning.
but McCarthy. Until
Jeffries.
McCarthy can wake up and join the
Massey.
crew and say, okay, I give.
Mast.
Let's go into a committee. Let's go into a
McCarthy.
room and let's hash this out.
Matsui.
I give. I'll take my name down, but
Jeffries.
give me some names.
Bath.
Who do we have here in the next 24
Jeffries.
hours, 48 hours that we could put
McCarthy.
on for Speaker of the House? Is there someone like a Mike Huckabee? Is there somebody like that that can be brought in from the outside that would run as Speaker of the House?
McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock.
That's what it would take. And if you did that,
McCarthy. McCullough.
then you'd get the serious names
Jeffries.
coming forward.
McCormick.
He's not going to do that right away. He needs to be hit with some more beanbags.
McGarvey. Jeffries.
These individuals,
McGovern.
these 21 individuals are
Jeffries.
serious. They're not going to back down.
McHenry.
And like I say, if you go back to 1856 and 1856 in the 35th Congress,
McCarthy.
this was done for 2 months. They had 21 names
Menendez,
of individuals who wanted to be speaker.
Jeffries, me,
They finally settled on Banks after 2 months of voting.
User,
This is not, as the Democrats would have you believe, that this is
User,
a division. This is because one man is refusing to let go.
Jeffries,
It's not a division
Miller
of the party.
Illinois,
It's not a division of the individuals.
Donalds,
But some of the people that are supporting him,
Miller
I have
of
questions
Ohio,
about.
McCarthy,
Why are you supporting
Miller of West
McCarthy,
Virginia,
knowing what he has
McCarthy,
done in the last 2 months, let
Miller
alone the last
Meeks,
4 years?
McCarthy, Mills,
That's not a bad
McCarthy,
one. That's not a bad one,
Molinaro,
Vern.
McCarthy,
That's a name I could definitely get
Molinar,
behind.
McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, Moore of Utah,
That would definitely be something to consider, is
Moore of
putting together a
Wisconsin,
list and getting it up to them.
Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy, Morelli, Jeffries,
A lot of the individuals
Moskowitz, Jeffries, Moulton,
that are supporting him,
Jeffries,
and yet, Hot Coffee, you're
Murphy,
right. It is scary that these, but what scares me the most
Mullen,
is MTG doing this.
Jeffries,
Okay. It does bring into
Murphy,
question why Donald Trump is even saying to back McCarthy, given the fact that he knows McCarthy's been dirty. McCarthy's taken money. He's stabbed people in the back. Hell, he's even stabbed Donald Trump in the back.
Jeffries,
So these are things that need to be looked at when you're putting this guy in the third highest position of our country that could potentially, in a month from now, upon a successful impeachment, be president. So
McCarthy,
this is just as, if not more important than our presidential election right now. This is democracy in the making. This is what we are doing. This is the way it's supposed to work.
Norman,
We need to all understand that, and we need to all be patient and understand that it will take as long as it takes to break the mold.
Nunn of Iowa,
These people are going to stand
McCarthy,
up. These 21 people are not going to stand down. You got 5 brand new people in Congress,
McCarthy,
freshmen, are a part of this list of
Ocasio-Cortez,
21 people.
Jeffries,
Between those 5
Donalds,
and Boebert and Gates, that's your 7 to knock it out of the park each and every time.
Jeffries, Owens,
The only way that I could see that McCarthy could take it and win
Pallone,
right now
Jeffries,
is if 7
Palmer,
Democrats actually
Palmer,
jumped ship.
McCarthy,
Actually, it would have to be 17 or 18 Democrats
Jeffries,
would have to say to
Pappas,
Jeffries, look, I'll go fall on my
Jeffries,
sword and I'll vote for McCarthy so
Pascrell,
we can end this madness, as they call it.
Jeffries,
Because Jeffries will not be speaker. He's going to get 212 each and every time.
Jeffries,
So
Pelosi,
he'll get his 212, his 212, his 212. That's it.
Jeffries,
He's never going to see it beyond that.
Peltola,
So if you had
Jeffries,
individuals come forward and say, you know what, I'm not going to run again in 2 years, so I'll commit the political suicide and I'll vote for McCarthy. That's the only way right now that I see McCarthy taking the seat, taking the speaker seat.
Peters, Jeffries, Pedersen, Jeffries, Pfluger, McCarthy, Phillips, Jeffries, Pingree, Jeffries,
That's a very good question, Hot Coffee. That's I don't know. That's why I said I'm confused as to why he's doing that.
Jeffries,
Maybe I'm
Pelosi,
missing something. I don't know.
McCarthy, Presley, Jeffries,
Very good point, Super Salty.
Quigley, Jeffries, Ramirez, Jeffries, Raskin, Jeffries, Reschenthaler, McCarthy, Rogers of Washington, McCarthy, Rogers of Alabama, McCarthy, Rogers of Kentucky, McCarthy, Rose, McCarthy, Rosendale, Hearn, Ross, Jeffries, Rouser, McCarthy, Roy, Donalds, Ruiz, Jeffries,
We're going to have some interesting days ahead. Let's not forget, tomorrow is the day that the Supreme Court goes to conference. 22-380 will be discussed tomorrow.
Jeffries, Rutherford,
It could be dismissed,
McCarthy,
but 4 justices moves it forward.
Ryan, Jeffries, Salazar, McCarthy, Salinas, Jeffries, Sanchez, Jeffries, Santos, McCarthy, Sarbanes, Jeffries, Scalise, McCarthy, Scanlon,
I thoroughly expect them to put out a motion to adjourn after this.
Schakowsky, Jeffries, Schiff,
Thank you, Hot Coffee.
Schiff, Snyder, 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 Jeffries, Skolton, Jeffries, Schreier, Jeffries, Swikert, McCarthy, Austin Scott, McCarthy, David Scott, Jeffries, Scott of Virginia, Jeffries, Self, Donalds, Sessions, McCarthy, Sewell, Jeffries, Sherman, Jeffries, Sherrill, Jeffries, Simpson, McCarthy, Slotkin, Jeffries, Smith of Missouri, Smith of Missouri, McCarthy, Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy,
I
Smith
see
of
audio
New
leaving,
Jersey,
so
Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy, Smith of Washington, Jeffries, Smucker, McCarthy, Sorensen, Jeffries, Soto, Jeffries, Spanberger, Jeffries.
Well, welcome to the chat there, Diego.
Sparks.
And yeah, I think that we've had
Sparks.
enough for the day. They're not going to let us go on this. And then when they get done with this, I think that a motion to adjourn will be forthcoming.
Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy.
Yes, Diane, I agree.
Studi. McCarthy.
This is how government should look
Stevens.
in making these
Jeffries.
decisions.
Stewart.
Having
McCarthy. Strickland.
communication and debate
Jeffries.
that's going on,
Strong.
and not threatening members
McCarthy. Swalwell.
to get your way,
Jeffries.
especially when you have a track
Sykes.
record of having issues.
Jeffries. Takano.
I mean, come on now. The guy's already moved into the
Tenney.
speaker's suite.
McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany.
Good night, Regina.
McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy.
Yes, McCarthy has already moved in.
Jeffries.
He already moved into the speaker's office.
Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko.
Hey, Cajun Cat.
Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries.
Yes, he does.
Valadeo.
Matt Gates calls him a squatter.
McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy.
Well, we'll see.
Van
It'll
Dyne.
be interesting if they wind up staying there until they put a speaker in place. They better get some different names up there.
McCarthy.
And
Marcus.
McCarthy better back down.
Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy.
Bring out the pizza and beer.
Wahlberg. McCarthy.
Or somebody said earlier, bring out the pizza and the shots of whiskey.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild.
So if we see another
Jeffries.
Hearn
Williams of
or
Georgia.
others
Jeffries.
or Trump,
Williams of New York.
then that means that one more McCarthy
Williams
supporter
of New
has
York.
switched over.
Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries.
Yeah,
Wilson of
Waters
South
does look
Carolina.
pissed. You see how she just flop
Kevin
down in their chair.
McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
$21
The
hot
reading
coffee.
clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
See. There's 20 there. There was 21. So there's a bunch missing. I think we're going to pick up another Hearn or Donald's.
Farragon. Jeffries.
Yeah, I never thought about that. I've never thought about that, Teet. But you're right. Buck is gone for the day.
Jeffries.
I think we're going to see one more dissension, hopefully 2, and that would tell us a lot.
Cuellar. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Donalds. Donalds. Fallon. McCarthy. Garbarino. McCarthy. Gomez. Jeffries. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Hearn. McCarthy.
I'll be right back, folks.
Hill. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. LaMalfa. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Muser. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Schiff. Jeffries. Sparks. Present. Williams of New York. McCarthy. If there are any members-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
In this hour, the Hill newspaper reads, it appears Representative Kevin McCarthy, Republican of California, is on track for a historic 11th defeat. On track because the official tally has not been announced yet. What is happening behind the scenes? Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News tweeting out, House Republicans pushing to elect a speaker tonight per sources involved in the talks. A deal is cut. Either it moves people or Kevin McCarthy is in serious trouble. Lawmakers are reviewing it. The House could recess to allow discussion. So that is happening on and off the floor. On this 11th ballot, you probably saw Florida Republican Matt Gaetz officially nominate the former President Donald Trump as Speaker. He said in his remarks, I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again. Max Cohen, who writes for Punchbowl News, has a quote from Patrick McHenry, who is a McCarthy ally and has been negotiating with those 20 holdouts. Quote, each meeting is more positive than the last. He adds that the goal is to get a speaker tonight. And then you have Meredith Lee Hill of Politico with this report. I asked Eli Crane, one of those 20 objectors to Kevin McCarthy, if he's been presented with a deal. Quote, no, he said. Quote, I'm not looking for a deal. Leadership knows where I'm at.
I want to know what you do say.
While we wait for this official tally from the clerk, you've been seeing Republicans cross the aisle over to the Democratic side. It looks like talks are happening between the two sides. Who knows what it is that they are talking about? Possibly a deal to adjourn tonight. You can see the huddles. There's Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, huddling with his fellow Democrats on his side. You saw Matt Gaetz, a Florida Republican, cross over and talk to some Democrats. We will keep you updated as we continue to watch reporters on Capitol Hill and report to you what they are hearing from lawmakers on and off the floor.
Well, looks like they're going to try and the Republicans want to push through, but I think the Democrats are going to start pushing ahead to try and do an adjournment motion to adjourn. And we'll keep an eye on that. This is really kind of exhilarating to see this happening, this process happening. I'll mute that out so I don't have to yell over it. Plus, my dog is sitting back here. So this is a process that we need. We need this, and I'll try to articulate what it is. For 6 years now, we have not seen any debate on the House floor. We didn't see it in the 2 years with Paul Ryan or in the 4 years of Nancy Pelosi. And so this is what we need. We're now seeing what Democrats and everybody's saying is a disarray. It's a disaster. It's not. Our First Amendment gives us the right to free speech. It gives us the ability to not have to have a groupthink mentality and to just simply do what it is that the individuals say, you're going to do this or else. That's not how this works. That's not how democracy works. We have a constitution that spells out what they will do. So that's what we're doing. Now, if you can imagine having years of a messed up, broken House of Representatives, what's their poll numbers been? Their poll numbers have been down into the high teens and low 20s for a very long time. So this last go around, McCarthy lost one more supporting vote. He's going to do whatever he can to become Speaker of the House. But he is dirty. We have been saying, patriots have been saying out here on social media for a very long time that we need to change. I've been out on the road, both in a convoy. I've been up on the Hill. I've met with senators. I've met with congressmen. And I did a walk. Granted, I didn't get all the way to D.C., but then there was reasons for that. But I am trying to get people to wake up, to see what it is that we need to do as Americans to save our Constitution, to save our liberties, to save us. This is step one, and people are seeing this. They're seeing this, and they're stepping up to the plate. We now have these 20-odd people. Many of them are brand new freshmen, just elected for the first time into the House, which I would say that the Constitution and the Founding Fathers brought us 2-year terms for the House because they really expected that people like yourself and me would be in the House. Not these career politicians, but actual people who represent the people they live with, that they live among. That is what this is about. So we go about trying to fix a broken system. How do you do that? Well, the first and foremost is you don't put a Speaker of the House in there that has already got a track record of taking monies from big donors. FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried. You don't take the money. He has taken more than $2 million from FTX. And not supporting individuals like Kerry Lake in Arizona. So you have to force their hands. And what these 20 individuals are doing, there's not unlike what I've been trying to do for the last year now in waking people up. It's not unlike that. So you could say that my administrative team that has been helping me out, we're very much like those 20 people. My team and I. Trying to wake people up that we need change. And how do you wake people up to the change? You have to do some drastic things. And one of them is don't falter, hold the line for what is right. What is right is Kevin McCarthy does not belong in the Speaker's chair. Aubrey, they are in the Constitution under Article 1 of the Constitution. It's a pretty quick spot. And in that, it would be in Section 2. Clause 4. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. And that's all it says. That's all it says in the Constitution. So you can see that there's two schools of thought, but there's only been representatives serve as Speaker of the House. But having somebody from the outside coming in that has the ability to manage people would be really what we should be looking at trying to do. You're right, old Texan. He didn't support Kerry Lake and their group. He didn't support a lot of individuals. He didn't support Herschel Walker, even though that's a Senate seat. He didn't support the Alaskan individuals, the Republicans, period. You know, not just House members. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So, hey, there's Teriyaki Yaki. I haven't seen you out in a while, buddy. How are things going on in Japan? So Japan is in the house with us here this evening. So an outsider would be, I think, the best spot. We just have to make sure you get the right one, right? a good, solid businessman that can't be bought, bribed, blackmailed, is beyond reproach, I think would be the best one. Somebody that is a patriot, somebody that, you know, even if they don't have the money to be independently wealthy, they've got a core that says I can't be bought. But they also know how to manage. They know how to work with people. A nonpartisan way of working with politicians. Maybe not a politician themselves. Probably would be the best. If Kevin McCarthy actually said, go for Donald Trump, you probably would see Donald Trump get all the votes. But there is a lot of uniparty members sitting in there in the Republican Party, which is why I cast doubt on a lot of them. That's right, Hot Coffee, a lover of the Constitution in our country, and takes an oath to defend it, isn't going to show up when another country's leader comes in to have a joint meeting with our Congress, is bowing to that leader. You respect that leader, but you don't bow and you don't give up America. So it looks like one more has jumped ship on support of McCarthy. Tally is in. Let's move over and see what's going on over here.
Here on the history of this, just that it's the 11th ballot, and the House made history.
So
when
you
it
have
went
7,
past that 9th
1,
ballot
12, and 1.
earlier today.
So 19, 20, 21. We got 21. Let's see what we're going to do. Are we going to have a motion put on the floor? Motion to adjourn. Maybe not. Maybe we go into another one.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
There we go. Clappity, clappity, jump up and down. Clappity, clappity, jump up and down. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's got 212 every single time, 11 times. I'm so honored. I'm so honored. I won't be speaker, but I'm honored. Hakeem, Hakeem. Yeah, right. Give it all up. Boast his ego a few more points.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has
Here we go again.
received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 12. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1. With 1 recorded as present. No nominee having received the majority of the votes
You got a
cast, a
rouse
speaker
out
has
of them.
not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Clerk, I move that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Right. So we've got 20 that were not McCarthy, but then the one that's present is not McCarthy either. So it's
Those in
21.
favor say aye, those opposed, no.
Take a count.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise.
Take an electronic
A
vote.
sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Yep.
This will be a 15-minute vote.
Oh, you're welcome, Andy. So they're gonna vote, see how many yeas and nays. So we'll get to see that on the screen here. This is how it's supposed to work. As I said, a motion to adjourn. So we'll see if the Republicans get their way and stay. There'll be a lot of ticked off Democrats for sure.
Steve Scalise, Republican of Louisiana, part of the leadership team under Kevin McCarthy and an ally, of course, of Kevin McCarthy, calling for a motion to adjourn. You heard the Democrats loudly protest that. Electronic vote underway. This is the tally being done by the House. It's a 15-minute vote. This is what you normally see when you watch a vote on the House floor. As those votes,
listen to what she says.
Members are electronically.
This is what you
casting
normally
their vote,
see.
and so you can see the tally there on your right.
We don't see
On your
this
left are our C-SPAN
anymore.
cameras capturing
And this is
the
what we need to
talks
bring it
that
back
are
to.
still
We need to see the
going
votes.
on the House floor between Republicans and Democrats are huddled as well, all waiting to see what happens next. Do they get the votes, the Republicans, the McCarthy part of the Republican Party, do they get the votes to adjourn until noon tomorrow so that they can keep negotiating off the floor with those 20 defectors who have caused the vote to go multiple ballots in this speaker race? Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Good night, Teriyaki Yaki. It'll be interesting to see. It's kind of an upside down thing here, what I'm seeing. On a motion to adjourn, Republicans, 178 yays. That's to adjourn. And Democrats, 190 nays. The Democrats want to stay? I think it's backwards, isn't it? Or am I backwards?
Well, we
So
watched the time tick down on this motion to adjourn. Again, it's a 15-minute vote, and we've got less than 10 minutes left in it. Want to share with you what's happening off the House floor. Nicholas Wu, who reports for Politico, said that Representative Ralph Norman, one of the 20 objectors to Kevin McCarthy, described to reporters some of the offer. Quote, "It's changes that we wanted. Now we've got a lot more that we want to get to. This is round one," he said. "It's on paper, which is a good thing." Lauren Boebert, also one of those 20 defectors, tweeting out at 7:44 p.m. Eastern time, "When the country is being destroyed in unprecedented ways, sometimes you need to do unprecedented things to get it back on course. We are fighting
correct.
to save America, and we won't back down," she writes. John Bresnahan, a longtime reporter of Capitol Hill, writes for Punchbowl News. He says in a memo sent to House committees, it said no committee staff will get their next paycheck if a House rules package isn't in place by January 13th. A vote on the House rule package comes after the House, in its opening day of a new Congress, votes on the Speaker. Nothing else can happen until the U.S. House of Representatives gets a Speaker.
that's right.
On this vote to adjourn, Scott Long of NBC is reporting that Republicans are sticking together on this vote. Gates, Boebert, Biggs, all voting yes to adjourn. You know those names because they are part of the 20 that have been holding out, part of the impasse over voting for Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. Meredith Lee Hill reporting for Politico. Steve Scalise, the number 2, after vote to adjourn until noon tomorrow, asked what the plan is going forward. Quote, "We're going to continue having conversations tonight." And then Manu Raju of CNN is reporting that Patrick McHenry, a key McCarthy ally, told us,
See,
quote,
they're
"The main
talking
things
about
we're talking
continuing to
about
have
are a
conversations
conservative
tonight,
agenda around
but nothing
spending
to
and
get
the nature
this
of our
moving.
Republican majority." That's really
The only thing
crux
that's
of
going to
this
get this moving
conversation,
is
and that's really the
McCarthy
contours of
stepped
it.
down from wanting that seat. That's the only way I see it happen. That's the only way I see it happen. We have 5 minutes left. Looks like they may be adjourning for the night. You bet, Judy. We'll do it. It's my T-Rex arm. Can't lift the left arm all that much. So I lift my right. Not so much on the left. So that's it. They're not going to have another one. They're going to adjourn for the night. So we'll see about wrapping this up here. And remember that we have to make this change in this country. And the only way that we're going to make change in this country is to get everybody involved, to get people involved. These 20 individuals represent the people. They're not doing this on their own. They know, and they have figured out that by stopping the machine that has been for decades corrupting our people's house, that it is the beginning to allowing the people to be heard once again. So the speaker is going to be a very important part here. But go to my website, graywolfwalk.com. We'll be ramping up for a take 2, trying to get out to the people what it is that we need to do to make the change in this country. We're seeing a very beautiful thing. Yes, we are. We're seeing democracy. We're seeing how it's designed. And people are upset with that. Too bad. This is what we have to do. So we have a lot that's wrong with this country. We can start to cure it. We can start to bring things back around. But none of it will be happening without the people. You, your friends, your neighbors, your acquaintances is what it's going to take. So come March, we'll be doing it all over again. Go to graywolfwalk.com, help us through support. We could use some PR help. If you've got a person you know that does PR, we don't have the funds. So we need the funds. We need people to start supporting an effort to move, to get this done. I'll give as much time as is needed to this effort because this is our country. It's the future for our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and for those who are not even thought of yet. Hey, Mr. T, gotta love The Office, right? So let's make this happen. And like Mr. T says, it's all about freedom. So we've got a lot of work to do in a short amount of time to do it. So again, go to there, graywolfwalk.com. You can communicate with us through there. Share, like, subscribe, and turn on notifications on the multiple social media platforms that I'm broadcasting on. And they have called it, and they're going home for the night. Well, I'm hoping they're not going home, but at least we're going to be until noon tomorrow. So I appreciate all of you putting up with me here today. We'll do this again. Democracy is in the pipeline here. So with that, I'm going to say goodnight to you all. Love you. God bless you. And God bless the United States.